Yesterday, we went through quite a number of speeches and panel sessions. We touched on the food industry. We touched on the cosmetics. Today, we're going to be revisiting the food industry. We'll visit the cosmetics industry. We're going to get into the pharmaceutical business. We're going to go to the tourism end of it. And so it's a beautiful lineup today. And of course, the best of the resources is what we've gathered here for you. If you're joining us online, please share our links with your friends, your colleagues, your family members to be a part of something for everyone at this Halal Expo. If you want to be a part of it, just go to your YouTube page. Please, for those of us here physically, kindly go to your social media handles and share. YouTube ICCIA, pick the link and share far and wide. Get all your contacts to be a part of today's event. That said, we're going to get started with our first speech for this morning. Is the Halal Food and Beverage Tourism in Nigeria, promoting local cuisine and cultural exchange. Mr. Ismail Yahya, he's the head of Asset Management and Commodities Trading at Mabul Capital Limited. Mr. Ismail has a postgraduate degree in Islamic Finance and Economics from Hamad bin Khalifa University in Doha. He currently heads the asset management team of Mabul Capital, where he's tasked with ensuring clients' funds are invested in halal and Sharia compliant asset classes. He also has previous Islamic banking experience with Jaiz Bank, where he worked with the corporate banking team, reviewing credit facilities structured using various Islamic finance contracts. Mr. Ismail is a member of the Chartered Institute of Islamic Finance Professionals in Malaysia. I'm sure he has not joined the IIFP in Nigeria because they are not chartered. So a few minutes time, they'll be chartered and you'll come and join us. You're welcome, Mr. Ismail, to talk us through the food and beverage section of the halal food industry. Please put your hands together for Mr. Ismail. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm happy to be here. I'm representing the MD, Chief Executive Officer of Mabul Capital, Dr. Hakim Oyewale, who is unavoidably absent today. We've been given the topic halal food and beverage tourism in Nigeria, and I believe it's cogent to understand, given our Islamic finance background and investments, what halal food and beverage can contribute in terms of tourism to Nigeria. Nigeria is a diverse country. So I think when we are talking about local cuisine, we are talking about maybe 525 different cultures merged into one. So that's what I'll be putting us through today to see the investment potentials, the benefits for the opportunities for the halal industry in Nigeria and how we can harness this opportunity. Thank you. Next slide, please. So if you look at Nigeria, you see that it's a halal tourism destination, right? Islam in Africa, Nigeria is about between 51–60% Muslim population, right? So by default, any form of a halal business you bring here, you know there's a market for it. Up north, that's where the concentration is, but you also find down here in the southwest, it's evenly spread. So you already know that whatever kind of business you're trying to set up, you can reach a large audience or large customer base. Nigeria has a population of over 230 million people, which is the 6th largest in the world. 525 distinct languages, different cultures. Everybody talks Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, but it goes beyond that. So you find that, and within all these pockets or different, you find that the halal industry or Islam as a religion has penetrated. So it's interesting to try to take advantage of. We have about over 250 ethnic groups and religious diversity. At least half of the population is Muslim, so by default. And then the non-Muslims can also, it's an opportunity to benefit or see how diverse things can get. Next slide, please. The halal market statistics, we see that the market size is about $2.2 trillion global market size of halal food, right? And if you look at this alone, if Nigeria, I will show you on the other slide, if Nigeria is taking just a share of this market size, right? Given our large population, you would know that there is a huge potential. So we think that it's vast with increasing population, Muslim population amongst and also among non-Muslims who seek healthy and ethical products. I think the beauty of the halal food and beverage spaces, we shouldn't always get it confused to think that maybe there's something unique or special to Muslims. It's just that there are things that maybe have been permitted or not prohibited that even the non-Muslim or one that is not, they technically adhere to these principles too. So you find that it's a large market size. It's interesting for people to be able to take advantage of. We think that the large population of Muslims in Nigeria makes it an interesting place for tourists. Next slide, please. What does the halal food industry provide, or what's the significance to Nigeria, right? We think, first of all, you're talking economic growth. Nigeria, as I mentioned earlier, there is a lot of opportunities that given our population size, given where we are currently as a nation and where we want to be, it's always nice to be able to look at what opportunities are available, what we can consider, and allow businesses generally are growing by the bounds. And it only makes sense that if we're able to tap into the space, if we're able to get a good customer understanding, good customer profiling, this allowed space can contribute significantly to our GDP. It's you look at the sizable Muslim population. I mean, if you are saying we're about 230, that means we are saying that we have, give or take, 115 million people as Muslims, right? That's even larger than some majority Muslim countries. So you know that gives opportunities. Tourism promotion. A lot of people, we need to understand how we can tap into tourism generally. Tourism offers you an investment opportunity. It offers you an opportunity for people to see that cultural exchange, that diversification, to be able to get to know a culture better or a society better. And what better way to know the society than with the quality of foods that we provide, or quality of foods or cuisine that we have. So there's that cultural preservation. A lot of people eat rice these days, but I think when we go down to our cultural heritage of food, we know the amala, the eba, the tuwo, and then the gbegiri. So that's something special to, I won't say special to Nigeria or Nigerians, special to a particular demographic within the West African space. While I was in Egypt, they have something they call mulukhia, which is similar to the ewedu that we have in Nigeria. But instead of them using the ewedu as we use it for our amala or eba, they drink the soup. So you find out that cultural exchange makes you see the beauty of, oh, we have the same kind of cuisines, but it appears differently. That tourism attraction makes you appreciate the local cuisines. It also provides for international trade and export opportunities. We found out that a lot of our in the agri space, a lot of exportation don't look based on our local commodities or goods that we have. If you're able to understand, like I just said now, if you find out that your ewedu, maybe the ewedu leaves that we have in Nigeria are of a special breed, and then you expose it to the Egyptian market, and they say that, oh, we can make our mulukhia in a different way. The same way we have pumpkin soup, which we use for egusi. It's the same way in Qatar, they use it in a different way. So the same way we fry our puff-puff is the same way they will fry their puff-puff, but they consume it in a different way. So there are things that we might think to ourselves are unique, right? But with cultural exchange and exposure, we find that there are so many similarities, and that's to show you the intention of God behind even creating human beings, to get to know each other, to get to understand the differences in our culture. That shows that at the end of the day, no matter how different we are, we have so much in common to share. Then I said in interfaith and intercultural understanding, once we're able to, the halal spaces something that's for the adherent Muslim, he finds it, oh yes, I need to adhere to Islamic principles, I need to adhere to what I consume, I need to know how. But then for the non-Muslim, it's an interesting space, the open-minded non-Muslim. So it seems, if you look at Islam as a religion, you feel like, oh, there's so many controls, but you just realize that it's not necessarily control. It's giving you more flexibility in a lot of things. So a intercultural, interfaith exchange makes people see that, oh yes, maybe, like I said about cultural exchange, that there are similarities. We have something in common with everybody, right? So we don't drink alcohol. What do other religions say about in consumption of alcohol? How do we find our understanding or ways around it? And we think about health and quality assurance. We have the opinion that halal food normally promotes healthy lifestyle, right? So if you standardize the halal food industry, you're promoting an healthy lifestyle, which is good for the average person, right? The quality of food that we are consuming, how it's being consumed. And then there's that idea of socio-religious harmony. The more understanding we have together, the more we're able to provide a form of harmonious living amongst ourselves. A lot of times it's just like initially when we were hearing things like Sharia-based, Sharia compliant, like I said, you think it's a rigid approach, but the more understanding, the more cultural tourism we promote, the more we realize that there is a sense of harmony amongst us. Next slide, please. So I said our local dishes are a reflection of our cultural heritage, traditions, and value. They serve as a gateway to experiencing cultural richness, even within Nigeria, right? If you come from the northern parts, when you come down to Lagos, there are certain things that you probably have not experienced while you are in the north that you come to experience in terms of cuisines. So that cultural heritage is there. That's liveliness, I would say. That's uniqueness. That's diversity. So our Nigerian rich delicacies, we don't want to compare between Nigerian jollof and Ghana jollof, but we find that yes, our pounded yam, the egusi, therefore amala, and I think the people that are chefs and they can make a lot of things out of what we have. So if you look at the beauty of Nigeria, I would say, is if you travel out to the West, maybe to America, you find most of what you're offering is burger and chips in a different way, but it's still burger and chips, right? But in Nigeria, you could go to a restaurant and they are serving your local cuisine and it's your amala, fufu, eba. You can go somewhere else and there's a dikaiko soup. So there's that rich diversity that if you wanted to go a whole month without probably having the same kind of food, it is very, very possible, right? In the staple food, maybe we eat a lot of rice, but even the rice has its own diversification in it. So I think our culture is very rich and we should be able to tap into it. And most of this food, again, it's they don't come with, it's not like the animals we slaughter slaughtered in a halal way. The beef, we are not doing pork, we are not doing things that are naturally prohibited. So even the culture itself, right? I don't think Nigeria is so, it's hard for you to walk into a Nigerian restaurant and you find that they are selling pork almost by default, right? So naturally, without even that umbrella halal cover, Nigeria is very, very receptive of that cultural difference and diversification. Next slide, please. So I believe if you want to promote cultural heritage through local cuisine, like I mentioned, we've said what we offer is by default, when we think about what's prohibited in Islam, it's mainly we believe there are things that you don't go into, but it's mainly to protect the health lifestyle of every individual. So that by default, we believe that promoting cultural exchange would improve our health and well-being. If you understand why this is being consumed or what's so unique about this, our food generally, our parents growing up, our parents would tell us why we should take more of the local food than consuming all this fast food. So by default, there is that healthy benefits of your life in it. It also fosters mutual understanding. Like I said, it improves economic activities. One thing that we should note, if you look at any economy and how it's sustained, the food business forms, agri business, food business forms an integral part of it. It's difficult for you to walk 10 minutes on any street and not find one local booker or something, right? And that's not just unique to Nigeria. So by default, economic activities happen where it's easy for people to see your local dishes. So that's the point I'm trying to get at. So it encourages economic activities, partnership both locally and internationally. We have the opportunity to expose ourselves and teach others about and learn from others about our deep-rooted values. And we create, ultimately, the idea is to create a halal standardization. And when you look at it, is when you go to a Muslim-dominated country, by default, you expect that, okay, any restaurant you go to, they are providing halal certified or some food that you can consume halal. The same thing with Nigeria. By default, it's almost rare for you to enter the average restaurant and then you need to ask them, oh, is this food halal, right? But ultimately with halal food and business, there's that standardization. You know, now you want to buy chicken from a store, they have the halal stamp on it because you want to show you that it was slaughtered properly. So all in all, you find a situation whereby there's that global standard that, you know, okay, if I walk into any store, I have Christian friends that they just by seeing the halal stamp on a frozen chicken or whatever, they prefer to buy it. Maybe not because they have that same mindset, but because they believe that, okay, there's a certain standard that has gone into maybe the slaughtering, into the feeding and taking care of the chickens before they were killed. So we think ultimately we need to work on halal certified dining to promote food and beverages so that it adheres strictly to the halal standardizations. We also need to look at how halal food and beverages can enhance other hospitality businesses in terms of accommodations and services. We also need to understand the cultural sensitivity of the areas we're dealing with. And then, of course, by the time you build on your food and beverage industry, it gives a tailored experience to travelers around the world to say, okay, yes, we are going for this reason, and then you can benefit from it. I've always mentioned the economic potential. I'm an investment manager, so it's always business for us. So it offers a lot of economic potential. It offers growth for us as a nation, and it's something that we can always tap into. Next slide, please. So the halal market report in Nigeria estimated that the market size for the market share size for halal business is about $107 billion in Nigeria, and then for products and services generally, not the food. So if it's estimated that it will grow about 10.7% compound annual growth, which means that the size, we expect that by 2027 there's a $180 billion market share. So technically, if we have position ourselves in a place where we can take advantage of this growth, where we can be part of the bigger players, right? And be able to harness the opportunities within this space. It's going to be, it will go a long way for the sustenance of the halal food business. And I believe that the population size in Nigeria alone makes it a major player in the global halal space. That's something we should always take note of, that we are just not we're not a small nation by default. Within Africa, we play a big part. Within in the global landscape too, we play a big part. So I believe halal the food and beverage tourism by default, we should also be able to tap into that space and understand how we can contribute and harness the benefits and potentials. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ismail. Are there anyone, does anyone has questions for Mr. Ismail? One person, two, anybody else? Two, and I have a question as well, so that makes three. I'll come to you first.
So, okay, salam alaikum. My name is Oluwatoyin Bello. I'm representing Halal Standards Development Trust. We're halal certifying body. So I just wanted to go back to your earlier comments as far regarding that we're a natural halal environment. It would be hard for me to agree with that because the consciousness for Muslims, like you said, we're 50 million or half of Nigeria. So you would naturally expect that the consciousness of Muslims is high, but it's not. And a lot of restaurants, they just look good on the inside where you're eating. You don't want to be in the kitchen. And one of the things of halal is built on HACCP principles and a little bit more in terms of the Sharia principles. So the Sharia, the halal aspect is a part of it, but the HACCP principles, just basic food principles for food organizations, a lot of organizations don't adhere to it. I'll give you an example. By principle, food that was made today should not be served the next day. That occurs across board. Another example is I wouldn't want to eat in a Chinese restaurant anymore because Chinese people, their diet is wide. And Chinese restaurants, they acclimatize their diets or cuisine to whichever the country they're going to. We can't eat Chinese food in China because we just can't. So what goes on in the Chinese kitchen, nobody knows. They just bring food out and we eat. They are cooking all kinds of animals there that are not fit for consumption. And the important thing of halal is cross-contamination. So if you're cooking food of pork or a haram animal, that pot or utensils can be used for halal dishes. So it takes some sensitizations for kitchens to be able to separate and organize along that line. And a lot are not. So that consciousness is not there. South Africa, which is maybe about 4%, under 5% Muslims, they have a stronger halal environment because the consciousness is high there. So we need more consciousness amongst the Muslim populations before we can start attracting ourselves as a halal destination. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Ibrahim, Professor Ibrahim Oreagba. I'm the current president of the Halal Certification Authority. Thank you for the presentation, quite lucid. I want to align with my colleague on the consciousness of halal in Nigeria. I must tell you, it's very low. We've done a lot of research and it's indeed very low. We need to do a lot of aggressive campaign on halal. Many people don't even know that halal exists. So that is the truth in Nigeria. I was in South Africa, Cape Town, and I just wanted to see the consciousness of halal. At the conference, I asked the lady, are these foods halal certified? It's a purely academic conference. And she told me, yes, all our foods are halal certified. I was surprised. Then again in the evening, I went to one of these snack outlets and I went to KFC, I went to another snack outlet. I requested to see their halal certificate and they gladly showed it to me. Now, another thing with the halal logo, when you see a logo on a particular product, you need to be very wary because people just put a logo that is not traceable. You cannot trace that logo to the certifying body that certifies that product. And that is quite deceptive. And we see a lot of that when we go out for certification. We see a lot of that amongst food and beverage industries. So as a Nigerian who is conscious of what is taking, what is consuming, you must demand to, when you see a logo, you must look for a logo that is traceable to the certifying body that certifies that product. That is what can give you some rest of mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to have to give up my slot to Malam Nasir.
Good morning. I just want to have, I want to correct one impression in our presentation.
Yes.
That 107 billion
Yes.
is not for services. It's for consumer spend in Nigeria. Okay, 107. Then back to the issue of certification, the halal certification. We have to go back. We've been saying this thing since Monday. You were not here. The actual thing is there is no regulatory framework in Nigeria. We have to face these facts. Whatever we are doing, that's why people are just going to just go and print a certification, halal stamps and start putting on their products. We need to have a very good regulatory, functional and firm regulatory agency in place. And that can only be set by government because the certification agencies, they cannot enforce anything. It's just for them to say, okay, this is, yes, we have certified that, but they cannot enforce. It's only the regulatory body that will, in this case, this is where we have to come in as private sector. Two things. One, we have to impress on the Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Investment. And then we have to go back and be at the neck of our representatives at the National Assembly. We really, really need to come up with this as soon as possible. Otherwise, these problems will keep cropping here and now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I was going to say if you wanted to reflect on their.
No, I think the opinions are valid opinions, and I believe that initially when I stated that naturally, I'm not saying that all restaurants, but because every person that thinks a practice, if you do not standardize things, you would not find out how unethical some certain things are, because you expect that by default, right? If I walk into a restaurant, maybe because it's a large Muslim population, you say, oh yes, if you're going to eat in a Chinese restaurant, you might want to question some things, but you expect that restaurants that are run and managed. But if you don't know the back end, and like you said, if there's no proper standardization and implementation of these standards, it will just be a thing of us talking and talking and talking. And if you cannot force people, it has to be, government has to really take part in it to ensure that we can't just allow the private sector individuals play. We need to let them know that they have a free hand, that any restaurant that is opening, it must be part of the standardization, that it's supposed to be allowed certified. Any businesses that is working must standardize their allowed practices. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll remain in the halal food industry for another few minutes. This time around, we're going to listen to a speech by Dr. Abdulaziz Ajala. He's going to be talking to us on the role of the changing consumer preferences on the halal food industry in Nigeria, the trends and opportunities. Dr. Abdulaziz Ajala is currently the managing director at Foodin. He has 20 years experience in the production, quality, and technical environments. He has extensive experience in the manufacture of food, drugs, and aseptic products with associated quality and regulatory expertise. He's a certified halal auditor and was the lead auditor of Halal Certification Authority, HCA, from where he left to become the pioneer chief operating officer of JAI's International Halal Certification. He has since returned to HCA as Director Compliance and Regulations. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Abdulaziz Ajala. He will speak to us for about 20 minutes. Once he's done with this presentation, we'll then take enough time to interact with him. So please get your questions ready as he presents. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The first slide, please. Okay, we'll be discussing, like the moderator said, the roles of changing consumer preference in halal food industry. It's obvious that we need to look at trends and opportunities. Next slide, please. So the presentation is going to be in this format. We look at the overview of halal industry globally and Nigeria's wise, and we also looked at halal food and consumer preference. We look at the trends and opportunity. There are issues and challenges in the industry. What is the thrust for certifying bodies and accreditation bodies in halal industry? And finally, I'll conclude. Next, please. So understanding the halal food industry, next, please. First is that Nigeria has aspiration to become the African hub for halal, particularly in halal products and services. For Malaysia, we're talking about Malaysia being posited as the #1 hub for halal globally. So Nigeria is supposed to be positioned to be #1 as far as the hub for halal is concerned. And we have substantially achieved about 107 billion USD as far as 2002 report is concerned, that was done by Dar al-Halal. And that is for halal markets in Nigeria so far. And Nigeria is one of the largest exporter. As a matter of fact, the second largest exporter after Egypt in Africa, and basically to OIC and non-OIC countries. And what we have been able to export in the last 2022 is about 86 billion USD. So it's important that what we have in Nigeria, and that is why I was very happy on the former opening day, we're talking about halal, not just an Islamic thing, but a money spinner for Nigeria. Next slide, please. So this is a graphical representation based on the research done by Dar al-Halal in Nigeria. Next slide, please. And if you look holistically about halal ecosystem, it's a very big ecosystem. We have food and beverages as number one. It's taking the lead and has the largest chunk of the percentage of what in the ecosystem is. We have pharmaceuticals, cosmetic and pharmaceuticals, logistics. We have the services area, and we also have the infrastructure area. We have the government supports, that is about accreditation, standard, production of standards, and we have the human capacity developments too. So all this put together is what make halal ecosystem in every area we found halal. Next slide, please. So the global Islamic economy is posited to show that halal food has in the all of the global Islamic economy, we have about 5 trillion USD as the share of the halal market size. However, halal food as at 2021 has about 1.3 trillion USD, but it's also projected to be about 1.7 trillion USD by 2025. Our projection is saying that the F&B subsector of halal economy is that it will continue to grow at a percentage of about 80 to 90% of the economy. So halal food is a very, very veritable food area in the global Islamic economy. Next slide, please. So this graphical representation also show where Nigeria is globally for halal food now exports. The non-Islamic countries that are exporting halal food globally, number one is Brazil, number two is India, number three is United States of America, number four is Russia, and number five is China, non-OIC countries. However, OIC countries that are also exporting food and beverages products globally, Nigeria is also taking a chunk of it. We have about Nigeria, Egypt, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Indonesia. But Indonesia take the first position, followed by Bangladesh, Pakistan, Egypt, then Nigeria, based on what I said earlier. Next slide, please. So how could halal food and beverages continue to grow in the market? And how do you see this sector in the next 5 years? What do we need to do? There's basically what we need to do is certification. If consumers, next slide, please. If consumers want to see that your product is certified, then they have the confidence that, yes, we are good to go. So Nigeria has a market of about 220 million. I don't talk about about 55% are Muslims. We have about 220 million consumers, Muslims and non-Muslims alike. So these consumers are the biggest market in sub-Saharan Africa for halal food. So if you have about 220 million consumers in Nigeria, then you need to scale up what your halal food will be like so that it can compete favorably with non-halal food or other foods that are also in the market. Next slide, please. So what you need to do is get your products to be what? Halal and tayyiban. And that is the induction of what halal is. Get your product to be halal certified. And when it is certified, people look for halal label because that is the logo that can resonate quickly for you. But the point you are making is that when you say a product is halal, it's not just halal alone. It is halal and also tayyiba. And what we mean by tayyiba is awesome, is hygienic, is have the best of quality, and it can also compete with all the other products internationally. Next slide, please. So what are the strategies that we can use for consumer preference in the halal food industry? There are a lot of behaviors that are constantly evolving for consumer, whether halal or non-halal food. But for halal food, we need to understand your customer. The understanding of your customer now is that you need to look at the demography. We have about 220 million consumers in Nigeria, like I said. 70 to 80% of these consumers are in a demography of what? They are youths. So how do you understand youths and their psyche in halal food industry? How do you take the food to them, or how do you expect them to bring the food? What we know traditionally is that people go to the market and purchase. But understanding the customer preference in this era requires that you understand also what needs to be done about the preference, the need of consumer. For example, the consumers in that demography of about between the ages of about 16 to 30 would eat either burger, suya, kilishi, or ready-to-go food. So if you are just thinking, you are still making amala joint, good, people will come to amala joint, but you have to look at the demography of those who can capture halal food within that space of what you also need to innovate your product and services, and that is what you called about your food development and your R&D. How many food processing companies, even SMEs, have what we call food development or food processing units? It could be one person. You can also give it out to somebody as a product for you to be able to develop for you. So once you do this, then you'll be able to see, okay, what are the new products I need to do? You cannot just have 3 products on your shelf, and you're not looking at how you can increase your products to 4 to 7, so that you'll be able to capture a lot of in the consumer space. And then you need to embrace digital transformation, the era of AI, development. On a click of a button, you want to get things done. As a matter of fact, if it is possible for young people to sit down and be spoon-fed by a robot, they will definitely prefer that. So it is important that you also embrace how your food and your beverages can also, you can innovate with it and you can get things done. And a click of a button, somebody wants to see the food on his door. Gone are the days you can go to Yamoria and buy amala and semo and eforiro. You can also think of not just delivering it, but delivering it when you can see the smoke radiating in that manner. So it's important that you look at the way you can embrace digital transformation. Again, you have to also bring a strong brand identity. How do you do that? Do you know that in this country now, that's a country that manufactures noodles? But any other person that wants to buy noodles, they call that noodles what? Indomie. It's a strong brand identity. Everybody say, I want to buy Indomie. They don't say, I want to buy. How do you create these? GT Bank is not to have what events that are, what's that event called? Food and drink what? Events. Because they are thinking that it's not only about the money alone. Let us bring food closer to people. So how do we also, in the halal space, in the halal ecosystem, also build strong brand identity? So that when they see your products, the first thing they were looking at is not only that they are halal, but they can, the brand can quickly resonate with them, and they can understand that this brand, once it is halal, it is good to go. And finally, you need to also measure your performance. Performance is very key. Don't sit in your comfort zone. Look at what you can do to step up to the next stage. If you are capturing Nigerian space, halal space, why don't you think about capturing West African halal space? Why don't you think about capturing sub-Saharan African space too, as far as halal is concerned? Then what tells us that we cannot capture with Malaysia? We cannot capture Malaysia, where Malaysia is also positioned as #1 in the halal hub globally. So it's important. What are the factors that affect the decision of consumer? Number one, awareness. Awareness is very key. When you get aware, you can know what you do. Those who are in the social media space in the world, particularly in Nigeria now, will listen to somebody called Dr. Akroko. Am I right? Every time you listen to him, say, I'm not eating that thing again. I'm not taking that thing again. Because you know that awareness is getting one of the issues of concern in the last 2 days is that there's a particular patient that drank agbo, and the agbo is already infested with diclofenac, and that patient should not take diclofenac. Am I right? So it's important that what you take, what you ingest into yourself is very key to your well-being. So awareness is very key. You need to read a lot about what you ingest into your system. Some of us, we take things and we do not know the effect of what we say. Health concern. Everybody is going organic now. Everybody. If you want to buy, said, is it organic? Is it okay? I don't want MPK products. I don't want fertilizer developed products, even though it will boost harvest, but I want organic product that can also be very healthy. People are concerned about GMOs too. GMOs could also be halal if you, the essence of the GMO is for you to improve harvest, but people just want to take something natural. Price too. Everybody wants to cut their coats according to their what? To their what? To their size, not to their size again, to their pockets, because everybody is looking at the economy and how to be able to. Number four is quality. Is the product meets the quality? If 2-3 products put together, I'd rather choose this because this is important. Referral. Every time you eat something, every time you consume something that is halal, somebody must have informed you about, take that product, you liked it. The last time we did the halal exhibition, somebody came with kunu and said, do you have halal certification? I said, I don't need it. He said, get your kunu certified. You will get referrals, several referrals. As a matter of fact, I was speaking to the MD of Jai's bank, the former MD, the immediate past MD, and said, immediately he saw that, I'm sorry to make him mentioning brands here because for proprietary purpose, I know Judy is looking at me, that Domino Pizza is such as, alhamdulillah, my wife can now eat Domino Pizza. So this is one of the things that we are very happy about, that referrals is very key in the value. What value are you bringing on the table as somebody? It's not just the label that the customer is looking at. What other value can you bring to the table in terms of your delivery, keeping to time, making sure the product meets quality parameters consistently? Attitude. A lot of consumers, they get tired about you, and there is what we call customer attritions. They have reviews to give to you. They are not comfortable with what you have done in the first business they have done with you, and they will not even mention it again. So you need to look at the attitude of your consumer, for those of you in halal space, and finally is belief. For some people, come rain, come shine, they will always want to get halal products. I know of a community in Ijesha, Surulere, Lagos. They have not been consuming beef for almost about 10 to 15 years now, just because they believe that beef slaughtered in the open market has issues in their preparation and their slaughtering process, and they cannot be referred to as halal. How do you speak of a product, a cattle that was slaughtered, and you strangulate the cattle so that the blood can get back into the system and you become reddish? So when you see the meat on the open space, what you are looking at is very fresh. No, it's not very fresh, because it's not allowed the blood that was meant to flow out, it still flow back into the system. And as such, they are not taking that. How do you take your market to those kind of people and make sure that every weekend or every Thursdays, they have readily market for their food as far as protein is concerned? Next slide, please. So number 9 is that customer is king. There is a dictum that we usually used to, that the customer in every business, that they are king. So for consumers too, consumers are king. There is a bank in Nigeria, they call them one-man bank. We know the name of the bank now. What's the name of the bank? Sterling Bank now, one customer bank. So they believe that one customer is king and is important. So you have to give your consumer the best. You should also know that the extent of their power. One customer or consumer can ruin you, can ruin your products. You don't tell them what you cannot do. So under promise when you deal with your consumer. So whatever you make on your label claim, don't make a label claim that you have not even done your scientific empirical analysis on it. Again, you make things easier for them. Make your product easily available. There are a lot of time when we come for halal expo or halal exhibition, said, your product is halal. Where are you? We can't see you. So make it available and easier for them. Then let them call the shot. Let them tell you what to do, and definitely you do it for them. Next slide, please. So what are the ongoing trends? The first trend that is ongoing is conveniency. Like I said earlier, everybody wants to sit down, get the product done. How many people want to go to the market? Some sisters don't go to the market. Some females don't go to the market because of the smell of fish. They cannot just even take the smell of fish. Some don't even have that thing to go to open market. They rather go to established stores, big stores like ShopRite, Spar, to go and do their shopping. So what stops halal market from having the convenience store and call it halal store and have it a mega store. Everything you see in the store is halal. So, and you target whether non-halal customer, whether Muslims or non-Muslim customers. Again, there are people who are also interested in green pressure. Green pressure in this wise, I did not only mean environmentally friendly alone. I mean people who are looking at how their product is this product toxic? Is this product non-affecting people? Is this product also eco-friendly? And how do we make sure that this product is also organic, is natural? The also one is technology. Technology is also driving a lot of things. If you have a farmer here or a businessman here who is not thinking about adapting agriculture, technology rather, into what you do, then you are not moving with the trends of what yesterday you saw about what Funto is saying about our Greek business and how they can attract funding. So technology is very key to area of trends in halal consumer preference. And finally is control of overspending. Everybody now, from US to the Far East to up to Australia, come to Africa here, there's a growing economic pressure. Everybody wants to buy what is important and not what is necessary. So buying what is important, make sure that have a trend that I want to buy X, Y, Z. I don't need WJB for now, and I can buy that later. So for those of you in the space of halal leather, halal clothing, and halal lifestyle, then you need to look at what you do. What kind of a cloth do you package? Do you have to wait until heat before you get your market, it's the biggest of your market, or you need to consistently have customers throughout the whole year? This is what is important. Next slide, please. Opportunities are business financing. If, like we said yesterday, Professor Yusuf actually captured my mind. Business financing is very key. That those who are in food and beverages industry also have opportunities for business financing, and they can also grow. The more access you have to funds, you can also grow your business. If you have a business in a space of about maybe 150 square meters, you can also have a bigger space, maybe somewhere in Ogun State or in Nasarawa State, where you can control about maybe, let's say, maybe 150 hectares of land where you can do your plantation, and you bring them to Lagos, where is the hub, and you can sell. Number two is industry collaboration. A lot of things we say in halal industry now is that, why don't we build B2B in halal industry? I sell cassava, I produce cassava as a farmer. I need those who are producing cassava flour, or those who are doing high quality cassava products. So how do I sell to them? How do they also sell for those who are also processing foods too? Corn meal, cassava meal too. This is very important for industry collaboration. So we were saying that from a halal market, from halal farm to halal processing unit A to another halal processing unit B, so that you can also collaborate effectively. The next one is making us, Nigeria, the African halal hub. Is important. It's not difficult for us to do. We houses the West African Secretariat in Abuja, the African Union Secretariat in Addis Ababa, but we can make Lagos or Abuja the African halal hub. It's not difficult for us to do. It is for us to sit down as stakeholders and do this quickly. One of the areas we can do this is that you can create halal central lab in Nigeria. Every analysis you can do about halal, make it Lagos the center of attraction. Take your samples anywhere, bring it to Lagos. You can show that what you analyze, you are sure the product is halal, and that is good for you. Expertise and professionalism. One of the areas in halal that you have a lot of shortfall, not even a shortfall, a big gap, is still expertise and professionalism. A lot we have not been able to capture in this space, and we need them. Next slide, please. So there are issues and challenges in the halal food and beverages industry. Number one is awareness is very low, and we also have Islamophobia. There are people who have phobia for Islam. Once you mention halal, they are scared. You have come again. That's how you came with Islamic Bank. Again, two is mismatch between supply and halal companies. a lot of companies don't have access to raw materials. So it's a big problem. The other one is halal laws. Halal laws is also an issue because people over time say that, for example, let me give you a very recent example. In Malaysia, snail, mollusca, is considered as non-halal. It's considered as minal makruhat, dislike. It's not actually haram, but it's dislike. But to us, yes, snail is what? Is food or big food. So if you are a business person, you want to export to Malaysia now, then you have question with your snail because they will consider it as an issue. But as far as that is, and they are stick to an opinion of the fiqh. So the issues with halal is that we must have laws and fiqh issues that are very, very embraced and very wide that can take a lot of chunk or a lot of opinions, not just restricted to one opinions. Number 4 is financing. A lot of SMEs do not even have access to financing. You want somebody to process what is halal, but it's taking finances from non-ethical source. So it will take money from non-ethical source or non-halal source and use it to produce halal products. And when I say the product is halal, is a big concern and multiplicity of halal certification body. We can have 3, 4 in South Africa. In UK, they have 2. In South Africa, they have about 3 and the like. So we can have multiplicity of halal certifying bodies, but there must not be rivalry and unhealthy competition. Next slide, please. So other challenges are raw material, R&D, exploitation of halal logo. We know this. Somebody will just go to internet, pick halal, just put it on his product. Just like somebody did a few years ago in Lagos, yeah, he put halal logo on pork and he said it's halal. So it's important that people just want to exploit customers. About terrorism, there are school of thought who believe that even COVID was manufactured in a lab. It was not even an attack. So food-drug interface and interaction. There are some drugs you can't take with food. And there are some food, special food you cannot take with a particular drug because of their interface. So you need to also understand this. Biotechnology, how do you understand how you do implantation of your microorganism when you are doing fermentation? This is very key. How do you do DNA and their interaction in the lab of products? Because you are, so all these areas in product development are issues that we need to look at. Primary packaging material. As a matter of fact, the halal industry now is even a new trend now, a new issue going on in halal now. And you produce product that is halal, but you have used a packaging material, a primary packaging material that is non-halal source. So, and has interaction with the products. The next one is halal supply chain. We said from farm to fork. Who is going to help you take your product from farm to fork if you don't have a good supply chain? A new method for halal for food processing is a new risk. Next slide, please. And this is what we call the clean meat. That's the future. Now, it has even come now, but it's not yet in Nigeria. The clean meat is a lab-grown meat. Just go to next slide, please. It's a lab-grown meat. From a chicken, you just take a cell. And that cell, you can go take it, proliferate it in the incubator. You assemble it in so many tissue capsules. You put them in capsules, and you put the capsules in meat-growing machine. And when it comes out like the meat removed already from the capsule, and you begin the process again. So it's important that you can sit down and you can generate chicken of maybe about 1,000 tons because you are also producing them in lab. The question I have for HCBs here is that, is this halal or non-halal? Next slide. So top 10 are traded products in halal food products, olive oil, fish. There are so many olive oil, fish, organics, milk, grains. Somebody said fish. When I was producing this slide, my wife saw it, said fish. I said, they are plastic fish, you don't know. Onion and maple syrup, coffee and tea, spices, sparkling drinks, and juices. So it's important that we know that all these products can be adulterated, and that is why you need halal to help you check first and foremost whether they meet the quality parameters and they also meet with what the halalness of the product. Next slide, please. My time is almost up. Next, please. HCBs, I have issues. I have a trust to give to the HCB. and halal certifying bodies and halal accreditation bodies. And what is the thrust? The thrust is that Allah says that wala taqtulu lima tafsizu al-sinatikum. Do not make an assertion from your mouth or from what you do. And that assertion is untrue. What is that assertion? Hadha halala wa hadha haram. You are saying something is halal and it's haram. However, what is it? That particular assertion you are making is what? Litaftaru ala Allahi kasba. What assertion you are making is untrue. You are not sure whether it is halal. Just sit down in one small space. You say we are from one mosque and just say it's halal. Just write a notebook, it's halal. It's haram. You don't do that because for you to say something is halal or haram is an injunction from, you are making a direct authority from God. So it's an assertion. You have to, whenever you sit down, you won't say that this product is halal. Be careful that you are making an assertion. But if you make that assertion and you gave it out and it's not true, Allah says that in the ladina yaftaruna ala Allahi kasba, and you know that what you have invented is actually a falsehood against God. God says that those who do this as a certifying body or accreditation body, la yuflihun, you will not be successful. You may do it, get small money because of the certification fee, but la yuflih, you will not be successful. So success is not duty. But next slide, please. So we look at this briefly. HCA, almost about a decade in Nigeria as a case study. Next slide. You have to move very fast with me, please. We use these standards for food. Number one is halal food requirements, OIC SMIC. Number two standard is halal food, where they are prepared, where they are stored, and where they are served. This affects restaurants and the likes. Next one is spices and other chemicals, additives that you add to food. You have to test them too. This is how the label looks like. Next slide, please. Some of the achievement. Next slide, please. We have done NASCO Foods. NASCO Food has the popular NASCO brand. We know the cornflakes and what? And about 16 variants of biscuit. Next slide, please. Flour mills. He has about 7 subsidiaries. We have done all of them: sugar, flour, and pasta, sorghum and maize, and finally oil. Next slide, please. Unilever PLC, they have a plant in Agbara. Agbara plant was certified by HCA, and they produce Knorr Cube and tea, the Lipton tea. It's certified to be halal. Next slide, please. USC Foods, the Gala is the only brand that has been certified by HCA to be halal. That we can speak firmly of is only the Gala. They have other brands of their product that is not yet been listed. Next slide, please. Right Foods, the maker of Biggie, they have about 16 beverage drinks. So 16, they just enlisted about 4 recently with their Sosa. All of them certified as halal, and their water too, certified as halal. Next slide. Area Foods. Area Foods is a company in the Lekki Free Trade Zone. They produce ready-to-use therapeutic food and ready-to-use supplementary foods, majorly for countries that have war and the likes. So their major customer is USAIDs. The company is actually in Kenya, and they have a branch in Nigeria. They also been certified as. Next slide, please. Perfect Meat is in Abuja, and they do meat processing from rearing from the cattle to processing. They have been certified as halal. Next slide, please. Boa Food PLC. Boa Food has about 3 subsidiaries: sugar, flour, and pasta has been listed too, certified as halal. Next slide. This is myself with Dr. Izan Ofut when we were in the What Halal Center, What Halal Summit in Istanbul, when we attended the summit a few years ago. And next slide. My humble self, when I was in his office with other members of his team, that's Dr. Muhammad, he's a halal pharmaceutical expert, when I was in office in Istanbul. So this is what we are doing at HCA. Next slide, please. And we want you to stay with us and be proud of what we do. I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your time, sir. I have just one, that's all I can take. Please come forward. Please state your name and whatever business you represent.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate this interesting lecture. My name is Zubair Mahmoud Okwemi. I'm from Jais Insurance. My own area of interest in the lectures you've just shared, the slides with us here, is in the area of the ecosystem, where I think the ecosystem where you were talking about the government support. So I would like to ask her to know, what is the government support like presently? And what are the things that we think we can improve on if we are not yet there?
Okay. The government support presently is that the last administration of President Muhammadu Buhari instituted a committee, called it IC-Halal Technical Committee on the roadmap of implementation of halal certification process in Nigeria. The committee has submitted, Dr. Ajani, please stand up for recognition, please. Please stand up. He's a member of the committee, all the way in Abuja. And Ajia, please stand up for recognition, please. She is from the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Ajia Ajara. They are the coordinating ministry for the technical document. So the document has been submitted to the federal, to the government. So the next stage of the document is to be considered by the Federal Executive Council for us to be adopted as a policy. Then we can roll it out as halal policy in Nigeria. So that's the state where we have in Nigeria now. And from there, we can now look at halal acts in Nigeria. So it's a step. So we have gone through preparing the documents. The next step is to adopt it as a policy. The next step is to promulgate it as an act.
Round of applause for Dr. Ajala. Thank you very much for that beautiful, power-packed presentation. Moving on. If you're just joining us online, we are on day 3 of the Halal Expo Lagos 2023 and the Islamic Chamber Halal Conference. If you're here in the hall and you haven't invited your friends and colleagues, please do so. Just go to YouTube and type ICCIA, pick that link, and share far and wide. It's time now to listen to Dr. Suhail Eskandari. He's going to be speaking to us virtually. Dr. Suhail is an associate professor, FDLRC, FDA, and TUMS, Ministry of Health and Medical Education. He is a passionate food and beverage scientist. His interest areas are food safety, quality control, as well as research and development. He has several years of experience working at laboratories in several scientific institutes. Dr. Suhail will speak to us for about 15 minutes on the need to check the halal of cosmetic products, issues and opportunities. Dr. Suhail, assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa barakatuh.
Good afternoon to everybody, my brothers and sisters in Nigeria. Thank you to have me here in the Congress online. It's my pleasure to join in Halal Conference. Unfortunately, because of the far away, I have to talk to you online. Let me share my presentation at first. Is it okay? Is it clear? As you know, as the cosmetics consumption is growing much between Muslims, it's important to know the need and check the halal cosmetic products. So the issues and the opportunities will be important. As you know, the God Allah says in Surah Al-Ma'idah number 4, they asked you what is lawful to them. Say the good things are lawful to you, as well as that which you have taught the birds and beasts of prey to catch, teaching them of what Allah has taught you, it's what they catch for you, pronouncing upon it's in the name of Allah, and fear Allah. Allah is swift, reckoning. Also, as started in the Quran, Surah Al-Baqarah, verse 168, halal is meant not limited to Muslims only. It's something that's permissible or allowable in Islam, and everything in this world is halal unless something shows otherwise. As I told in the first, it's growing demand for halal cosmetics among the Muslim people, such as clothing, perfume, colors, shampoos, and etc. And according to Thomson Reuters 2019, the halal cosmetics percent of use is increased between other subjects such as halal food also, and has the most increasing percentage of the production and consumption also. As you see, Global Islamic Economic Report 2022 shows the top 5 countries, Muslim countries, consumer have the much more than others. As you see here, the India is in the first, and also they have shown the 5 exporting countries. The France is the most producing and importing cosmetic materials. Muslim consumers prefer to use the halal cosmetics, as you know, and is for estimated that they will spend about more than 93 billion United States dollars by 2025, and is expected to create opportunities for the halal cosmetics in the next decades. Let's see how to find halal makeup, or what's the it should be know the source of halal cosmetic ingredients as well. As I mentioned before, halal is not limited to the ingredients alone. We have to look for the manufacturing process, storing, packaging, as well as delivering it. Therefore, the concept of halal cosmetic covers all aspects of the management system. You know, it has different ingredients such as water, oil, surfactants, polymers that we have to look for their halal as well. And the halal cosmetics must have the following parts, such as they don't have human parts or ingredients, animal forbidden to Muslims. Also, the animal should be slaughtered according to Sharia law. It's not be it does not have to be the ingredients that are GM or genetically modified organisms. They should not have the alcoholic drinks and not contaminated from najis. Also, dangerous chemicals are inhibited. Some factors are influencing the cosmetic consumer purchase behavior. The first one is consumer behavior, and it has different subjects in behind, such as price and also family and friends, advertisements, etc. But the most important thing is knowledge, the education, and also training have the, in my opinion, the much influencing factor on consumer purchase behavior. They have surveyed and find the top 4 most influencing factors that are product quality, halal certification, ease of purchase, and price. But some of the factors have less importance in this case, such as branding, packaging, advertisement, and etc. Let me see the issues of halal cosmetics at first. The cosmetics industry is very competitive and fast-paced, requiring rapid product innovation. And several factors are associated with halal cosmetics, including halal principles, product reliability, and product commitment, intention to choose halal, trust, environmental friendly attitude, religion belief, and also product innovation are the subjects that are associated with halal cosmetics. Technology is potentially be a double-edged sword, and companies would like to ensure that they are in the state of the most profitable business, so they can keep up with the competition. In this case, they need to source for cheaper ingredients or new materials that they are considered low cost. But sometimes the materials are disgusting, or some of them are haram. So we should know them, such as baby foreskins, tallows, cochineal dyes, that you are familiar with them. Specific religion requirements should be considered while the manufacturer wants, while they want to target the Islamic market. Unfortunately, halal awareness toward cosmetic is low, as halal is not priority, unfortunately. And with the complex of the mixture of ingredients, it should be considered the cosmetic materials must critically evaluate the ingredients and their corresponding source prior to development and production. It's responsibility of manufacturer at first, rather than regulators, to substantiate the safety of ingredients used for halal cosmetic products. In these tables, you see some examples of the different categories of cosmetic ingredients that are permitted or halal. For example, capsaicin is an anti-aging agent that is permitted, or for potassium methoxysalicylate is permitted to use as a skin whitening agent. Also, we have different examples for thickeners, colorants, and solvents as also. In this table, you see the haram cosmetic ingredients. Some chemicals are restricted, such as chloroform, vinyl chloride. Also, this table is mentioned about the haram human in insect or porcine derived parts. Also, we have some critical cosmetic ingredients, and before using, the manufacturer has secured halal certification for its origin and production. And also, they have to uncontaminated with najis. In this table, it shows that critical cosmetic ingredients, and it has some examples with the comments, and it shows that when we can use them and while they are halal to use. The next important thing is the halal cosmetics logo. The logo is a significant marketing tool, as it communicates and convenience with consumer, and it shows that emphasize that the absence of harmful and hygienic ingredients to Muslim consumers. Materials used in the packaging is also important. They used in production of the primary and secondary packaging, so they must comply with halal standards as well. The manufacturer should prepare and use the materials from reputable producers of halal packaging. The products must not be derived from porcine, human, or other haram materials also. The halal cosmetics have some weaknesses. The differences in definition of halal in each country is a subject, and its results absence of uniformity and inconsistency in the definition of halal, as well as the availability of the halal cosmetic brands in the market. The next weakness goes back to non-integration of halal label registration in the ASEAN countries. and the development of halal cosmetics in some countries has weakness. It includes the complexity of the producer in applying for the halal certificate, and sometimes we have some problems with the bureaucracy in obtaining certificates, unfortunately. Expensive rates of obtaining halal certificates is another issue that we should consider it. A threat is fine to halal cosmetics. It's a lack of uniformity in halal standards, unfortunately. Many illegal cosmetics are circulating in the countries through the social media, unfortunately, and it's government's role to educate the people and public and show the importance of buying legal cosmetics, including halal ones. Let me talk a little about the halal cosmetics opportunities. I enjoyed my previous. I enjoyed the previous speaker's presentation that he told more about the opportunities, but I would like to talk about the opportunities in the halal cosmetics. The Asia Pacific region is becoming a dominant region for halal cosmetics due to its considerable Muslim population and improving social economic conditions. So it's good opportunity for the companies to gain access to the global sense through e-commerce. Halal market does not only focus on the Islamic countries, but also in non-Muslim countries is going to be distributed. As the statistics shows, there are 86% of American Muslim consumers who believe that American companies need to make more of an effort to understand Muslim values. Increased consciousness and availability of the halal products has given an alternative to increase global market. Global Islamic Economic Report 2022 shows this some opportunities, and in the right part of the slide you see the signals of opportunities. Some of them are weak, but some of them are strong. Government has weak signals. It's a big impact, but it's just one. Export support is the signal of opportunity, and via the government. You see the strong signals via the business and investments, such as demand in East Asia, local ownership, and halal ingredients production, that we should consider them in the market. Also, we have some guidelines, as my friends in previous presentation mentioned about them, and they are going to use in cosmetic products as well, such as ISO 22716 or ICS MIC 4 or others that we have to consider them during the cosmetic production. The list of methods is available to quantify the cosmetic ingredients as well. We can use the different analytical methods and techniques such as HPLC or liquid chromatic tandem mass. Also, UV visible spectrophotometry is available in each laboratory as well. Indeed, the awareness of the halal cosmetics has started to grow, but it's still at the low stage, and we have to train the people and consumers. Halal industry highest growth in the halal cosmetics sector, which is 6.8% compared to other industries, and the increased in the Muslim population, especially in the Muslim population of Asian countries, will correlate with the halal food and product consumption. That is another opportunity that we have. In conclusion, I should say that the development of the halal cosmetic emphasizes the concept of critically sourcing halal ingredients, applying halal practices in every step of the manufacturing process, ensuring performance of product performance to Islamic ritual, and the use of a scientific method should be considered, not only among the Muslim consumers, but also for non-Muslim consumers as well. And the halal cosmetic transcends beyond religion. As it's the Zuhr and the people want to pray, I finish my presentation and remain online for further questions. Thank you. God bless you. Hope to see you again personally.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sohail, for your presentation. Is there anyone here that has a question for Dr. Sohail before we close for the break? Anyone with any questions or remarks? Okay, one person. I'll just bring the mic. Dr. Sohail, we have Professor
Yes, please.
Oriagba.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sohail. Very, very detailed, very interesting presentation. I just want
Thank you, Professor. Yes.
Underscore some of the points that you have made with regards to the ingredients for halal cosmetic and how ingredients must align with science. I'm a researcher, and we did a study on the cosmetics that are currently in the Nigerian market, looking especially at those that contains the ingredients that are not permitted, that is the non-halal ingredients. And we found out that there was a correlation between the use of those cosmetics and the development of high blood pressure, meaning that there is some alignment between the halal, non-halal cosmetics and health. So there's a relationship, a strong relationship between the use of halal and the health of the population using the halal or non-halal, as the case may be. So just to underscore some of the points we've said. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your suggestion. Thank you. It's really great.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sohail and Professor Oriagba. That's how far we'll go for this morning session. It's time now for Zuhr and lunch break. When we come back, Professor Oriagba will take the stand, and I'll just quickly chip in something. Prof, when you were not here yesterday, a few of some questions landed on your table, and so the key one that you'll need to incorporate in your presentation is why isn't HCA accredited globally? Why are we still struggling? Perhaps you have some insights to share with us in that regard. Right, Zuhr prayer, for those that need to pray, behind the hall, behind the conference area is the prayer room. You can make your wudu in the convenience and then pray. Please, let's return to this room at 1:20 p.m. Please, let's get back here. For those of you online, have your lunch, relax, be back at 1:20. We'll see you then. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome back. If you're still in the exhibition area, please make your way back to the conference area. Let's get started with the afternoon session. It's still a long day ahead of us. It's a long afternoon. We have 6 more sessions to get through. Please return to the hall so we can get started. Just get the contact details of your vendors, get the account numbers, and while you're in here, you can make payments. Please make your way back to the conference area. Let's get started with this afternoon sessions. Our first session this afternoon is on the pharmaceutical industry. We're looking at the potential for halal pharmaceutical exports from Nigeria to other African and global markets. Our speaker is Professor Ibrahim Oreagba, the current chairman of Halal Certification Authority. Professor Oreagba is a consultant pharmacist and clinical pharmacologist and toxicologist with a master's and doctorate degree in pharmacology. He also holds a postgraduate certificate in pharmacoepidemiology and pharmacovigilance from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. He's an internationally certified halal auditor with the Malaysian Industrial Development Corporation and the chairman of the Halal Certification Authority. He's the Secretary General of the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacists and the immediate past head of the Department of Pharmacology, Therapeutics, and Toxicology, College of Medicine, University of Lagos. He is the co-founder and lead researcher, African Center for Excellence for Drug Research, Herbal Medicine Development, and Regulatory Science, a World Bank implementation project that is worth in excess of $6 million. We're going to be listening to him because he's an authority in the pharmacy space, and that's why we got him to talk to us about the export potentials for Nigeria to other African countries and the global markets. Please take notes as he speaks. He's going to talk to us for 20 minutes. We'll leave 5 minutes for interaction, so have your questions ready for Prof.
Thank you very much, Amina, for the introduction. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon once again. I'll be talking about the potential for halal pharmaceutical exports from Nigeria to other African and global markets. So next slide. So this is the outline of my presentation, country profile of Nigeria, the Nigerian pharmaceutical landscape, then the trends in the Nigerian pharma industry, Nigerian pharma exports, then what is halal pharmaceuticals? We just take us through the terms and definitions. And then we look at the global halal pharma markets. And from there, we then look at the Nigerian halal pharma overview and the export potentials. We will highlight some potential challenges and then recommendations and conclusions. So this profile has been stated by many of my presenters, my co-presenters. The most populous country in Africa, Nigeria. Independence, 1960. And we are blessed with a lot of ethnic groups and languages. Then again, we have three major ethnic groups, the Hausa in the north, Yoruba in the west, and Igbo in the east. And then some key facts. We have over 200 million population, 924 square kilometers. Our capital city is Abuja, and independence 1960. Next. Now, this is just a broad overview of the pharmaceutical landscape in Nigeria. As we speak, Nigeria imports about 70% of its medicines. So that means we have a potential to export for those that meet the requirements of GMP and those that produce locally. So that is a huge potential for us. Again, the Nigerian pharmaceutical market value is in the order of $4 billion US. Nigeria is about to extend mandatory health insurance provision across the whole population. Most of what we do is out of pockets. People buy their medicines from their own pockets. Insurance is very, very low, but we plan to escalate. And once we do that, that is another huge potential for the general Nigerian pharma market. The Nigerian pharmaceutical industry is estimated to grow at a compound annual growth rate of 9.1%. Nigeria has about 200 active manufacturing and packaging firms in the pharma industry. That is also another potential for us. Nigeria's pharmaceutical market splits into the OTC. When we say OTC, we mean over-the-counter products. That is, the products you can easily buy over the counter without a doctor's prescription, and that is 43%. Then we have the generic sector, and that is about 39%. When we say generics, that is, they are not branded, and they tend to be cheaper than the branded products. And of course, the patented ones are the branded ones, about 12%. Another problem we have in the pharmaceutical landscape in Nigeria is counterfeit. Okay, so we have about 30% of Nigerians having access to only authenticated or genuine products. That is being gradually reduced to a large extent. Okay, but they are still there. And then lastly, the local pharmaceutical manufacturing industry is currently able to meet 25% of local demand. So we cannot even service the demand within Nigeria, talk less of exports. So we need a lot of capacity infrastructure within Nigeria. And the moment you decide to manufacture genuine products, then that is a potential for you, both to meet the demands within the country and then to export. So all of this has shown that there is potential for significant growth and transformation, and is driven by some of the factors we highlighted earlier. Increase the number of Nigerians living with chronic diseases, increased demand for medication, which is a major driver of growth in the pharmaceutical industry, and then shortage of qualified healthcare workers. That is also a big problem that we have. We have one pharmacist to 19,000 patients, as compared to the required WHO standard of one pharmacist to 2,000 patients. So you can imagine the shortage, and that goes across the health sector, the doctors, the pharma, and in the area of the Japa syndrome, that people are leaving the country, health professionals are living in droves. So that creates a gap, and at the same time, an opportunity for he who decides to stay and invest in the pharmaceutical sector. Next slide, please. These are some current trends that also would drive the potential in the pharmaceutical sector. There's a growth of online pharmacy. Right in the comfort of your room, you can request for a medicine and it will be brought to you online. And there's also regulation that covers online pharmacy. Increased use of technology in pharmacy, and a focus on preventive care. Next slide. One important aspect to consider about the Nigerian pharma market is the population that we have. That is a strength in Nigeria. And it is estimated to reach 260 million by the year 2030, making Nigeria to be about 400 million by 2050. This is a huge potential for growth because when you have the population, you have the demand, people must be healthy. People will fall ill and they must take medicines. Next slide. So again, more opportunities. We have currently small-scale native private labs and research institutes in the country. So new molecules are being developed in partnership with some of our colleagues abroad. And there is need for continuous training of more pharmacists, which is also going on. Local industries producing good containers for medications. Good quality products manufactured in Nigeria has increased. And then lately, a few industries are meeting the WHO pre-qualification. This is also a landmark in the pharmaceutical landscape. Next slide. So it made the news, the WHO pre-qualification, meaning that whatever products that industry, that pharmaceutical industry manufactures can be exported because it has met the GMP requirement. That is the good manufacturing practice requirements. So they can supply and export outside the country while also servicing their own people. Next slide. So this, I'll just summarize these slides just to give us an overview of the Nigeria exports as it relates to medicinals and pharmaceutical products. So we have currently exports of about 480,000 US dollars as at December 2022. It went to an all-time high of 5 million US dollars in 2007 and an all-time low of 8 million US dollars in 1998. Next slide. This is also a pattern that shows us the exports within the country. Next slide. So we have been stating that the Nigerian pharma industry has that potential in sub-Saharan Africa. Then within ECOWAS, that is the 15 West African countries, we're also the leading pharmaceutical, the leading nation, distributing to some of these West African countries. Next slide. However, there are many problems, issues facing local medicines availability, infrastructure, we've mentioned, supply chain challenges, and the available technology and training. So another problem that we need to solve is the active pharmaceutical ingredients. So these APIs are what we really need to produce our tablets, our creams, our syrups. Most of the time we import them. So you can imagine the scenario where we begin to manufacture APIs. A few of our industries have started. I will not mention the names, but they have started, which is a very good intervention for Nigeria in the general pharmaceutical landscape. Next slide. So, having given us a broad overview of the Nigerian pharma sector, we now want to focus on halal pharmaceuticals because that is really what we're interested in and how we can actually develop this halal pharma industry. So we just define it, mention a few important points, and then go into the potentials. Next slide. So again, we refer to the verse in the Holy Quran that directs mankind to consume what is halal, be it food, be it pharmaceuticals, and also to use halal. And as we have said, and many of our previous speakers have said, halal means lawful and clean, lawful and wholesome. So that is double benefit for everybody and not just the Muslims alone. Next slide. So according to the Malaysian standard, MS 2424, we have what we define as halal pharmaceuticals. Okay, and I will enjoy you to refer to that standard. It's available online. And the Malaysian halal standard, to the best of my knowledge, is the first halal pharmaceutical standard that is available. okay? And it's a commendation for them. So it is defined, that is, halal pharmaceutical is defined as products that contain ingredients permitted under the Sharia law and fulfill the following conditions: do not contain any parts or products of animals that are non-halal by Sharia law, or any parts or products of animals which are not slaughtered according to Sharia law. Do not contain najas according to Sharia law. That when you say najas, you mean impurity, okay? And then they are safe for human use, non-poisonous, non-intoxicating, and non-hazardous to health according to the prescribed dosage. Next slide. Not prepared, processed, or manufactured using equipment contaminated with impurity according to Sharia law. Do not contain any human parts or its derivatives that are not permitted by Sharia law. And then during its preparation, processing, handling, packaging, storage, and distribution, the halal pharmaceutical products are physically separated from any other pharmaceutical products that do not meet the requirements of the Sharia law. So you can have an industry producing halal pharmaceuticals, producing non-halal pharmaceuticals, but they must be well demarcated, just as in the food industry. Next slide. And again, for example, the premise shall be effectively separated and well insulated from pig farm activities. When the production line contains non-halal ingredients, the line should be washed and ritually cleansed as the Sharia law requires. So there's really a deliberate intention when you're talking about halal pharmaceuticals, and that is what brings the demand. Imagine a pharmaceutical product that has gone through all this and is halal certified. Definitely the potential will be huge, especially in the Muslim countries, the OIC countries. Next slide. Additionally, a committee which is led by trained Muslim personnel shall be established to ensure the effectiveness in the implementation of the halal assurance system. So this halal assurance system enables the sustenance of halal in that pharmaceutical industry. So you don't need to be coming every year to do halal certification. You have an internal halal assurance system that guarantees the quality and the halalness of that pharmaceutical product. Next slide. So the global halal pharmaceutical markets, as we speak now, is about $175 billion US that is projected in the next 2 years, and is driven by the strong support from Islamic communities and a significant increase in Muslim consumer spending. And as we have said, halal pharma are requirements for Muslims, but non-Muslim patients can still consume it without any issue. The adherence to the halal industry will provide a strategic advantage to pharmaceutical companies for sustainable growth. And we have a good example in Duo Pharma Biotech. Duo Pharma Biotech is the number one halal pharmaceutical industry in Malaysia. And globally, they are making their impact. So imagine us having a halal pharmaceutical industry in Nigeria. You can imagine the potential for, so we don't have any now, as far as I know. And that's we are trying to encourage. And this is due to the enormous opportunities that remain largely unexploited in the halal pharmaceutical industry. Next slide. Now, this slide was gotten from the Dar Halal 2023 reports, and I want to commend them. They have done a lot of work, a lot of research on halal in Nigeria. And courtesy them, we have this report stating that Nigeria is the second largest consumer market for halal products and services in Africa, projected to grow at 10.7% compound annual growth rate. And you can see pharma is at the lowest end there. So pharma is just beginning to grow within the in Nigerian sector. Next slide. And this is a summary of the global pharmaceutical sector. And we can see again, there are some key players. You have Abbott USA, you have AJ Pharma Malaysia, you have Advil. These are some brands. And then you see Nigeria again at the lowest amongst the top 5 Muslim consumers that spend pharmaceuticals globally. So Nigeria is just beginning and the potential is quite huge. Next slide. So this is another of the reports from the Dalal Halal. I just wanted to mention that in Africa, we have a huge opportunity. Some of the key players, that is the key exporters, okay, of halal products in Africa are Egypt, South Africa, and Kenya. So Nigeria is just coming up, and it's just to show that a lot is going up in Africa with regards to halal. And Nigeria is the 11th largest exporter among these African countries. Next. Again, this is halal export in Nigeria, and we can see pharmaceuticals is there, medicaments for retail sales. The others are the common brands that we already know, cocoa, sugar, and the rest. Next slide. So domestically, Nigeria is among the top halal consumer markets in the world, making it the 8th largest in the world. Furthermore, Nigeria is the leader in Islamic finance, courtesy of our Sukuk. And then we are the 11th in Africa for halal products, as we have stated. Few of the products of the percentage that does other non-food products are the pharma sector. Next slide. So again here, we relate with the OIC countries. We are doing a good collaboration with them, and that is rising the profile of halal pharmaceuticals in Nigeria. So courtesy of that relationship with the OIC countries, Nigeria is beginning to emerge. And if we can solve some of the challenges that we have, we are likely to get to the next level, inshallah. Next slide. So other potentials that we have, job creation, investment opportunities, and again, the opportunity to expand customer base, new markets. These are all opportunities for the halal pharmaceutical market in Nigeria. Next slide. So these are some challenges that generally will be faced for exports. Okay, the reduced demand for prescription medicines. Okay, there's a lot of demand for OTCs because that is what people can easily go and pick over the counter. But when you talk about prescription medicines, we are nowhere to be found in Nigeria. You cannot go to a pharmacy shop and the demand for your prescription in Nigeria. Okay, you have to see a doctor if you are outside the country. It's very prevalent in Africa or West Africa, but somewhere in the developed countries, you cannot go over the counter and say you want to buy prescribed drugs without a doctor's prescription. So it's important that we begin to align with the developing world such that requesting for a prescription becomes the norm. You can actually get a doctor, you can actually get a prescription drug, by getting the prescription from the doctor, and the pharmaceuticals, the chemists or the pharmacies within the West African nations should begin to request for a doctor's prescription. So if they don't request for a doctor's prescription, then the non-genuine molecules will proliferate and will continue to have that problem of fake in the country. Increased competition is also another one. Customer expectations are evolving. Supply chain and logistics disruptions, counterfeit molecules, we mentioned that, data breaches and cybersecurity threats, and then unfit business models. Next slide. So recommendations and conclusions. Despite the challenges that we have mentioned, there are opportunities provided we have a strong government support. For example, the Sukuk has a strong government backing, and we find out Islamic finance is thriving in Nigeria. So we now need to have such kinds of support in the pharmaceutical space. And with that, it will enable and facilitate export in Nigeria. So we need improving infrastructure. We need policies that cannot be overemphasized. The right halal policy that covers food and medicines needs to be put in place. Security and a good business environment is very, very important. And of course, the pharmaceutical equipments that we would use in manufacturing our medicines are also very important. So there must be an incentive. First, for pharmaceuticals generally, that is for local manufacturing, there should be an incentive. You decide that you want to manufacture your products locally, you must get government support, certain kinds of waivers and incentives. That will enable you to set up without much problems. And then you can then talk about, supposing I now want to make it a halal pharmaceutical outfit. Next slide. Nigeria can balance her dependence on imports to meet its medicines needs by improving manufacturing capacity and increasing research capacity through adequate funding. Then government entities must be empowered, and of course, investors needs to be encouraged. Again, trade regulations are a bit complex. I was discussing with a colleague of mine who imports and exports, and he was always lamenting about the various bottlenecks when it comes to exports. So we need to simplify the regulations, make it friendly, and that can help potential importers. Enhancing production, competitiveness, and increasing consumer awareness. Again, we cannot underscore the importance of awareness. When people are aware of what halal pharmaceuticals is and the benefits, then they will demand for it, just like food and medicines, food and beverages. So if they understand the significance and the benefits of halal pharmaceuticals, then they will demand for it. And once there's that demand, then we would have increased production and government support. Next slide. I want to appreciate the entire board of trustees of the Halal Certification Authority, the advisory board of members, the advisory board members, the HCA management team, all our clients, and the Halal Expo and partners. Next slide. This is the World Halal Conference that we attended in Malaysia back in 2019. And then the next slide shows my interaction with a halal pharmaceutical expert, Professor Junalis Udin, and we shared some of these potentials for manufacturing and for export. And that was in Turkey. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Prof. I'm so grateful that you did work with my time. Is there anyone that has a question for Prof? Any remarks, any queries? No, not yet. Okay. Prof, thank you so much. We'll interact with you offline, inshallah. We're still in the pharmaceutical industry. We'll be listening to another presentation, this time around from Dr. Abdulghani Adelopo. He's the director of the research and development at Halal Certification. He'll be speaking to us about the challenges and potential challenges and opportunities of halal pharmaceutical production and supply chain management in Nigeria. A little bit about Dr. Adelopo. He's a seasoned environmental chemist and certified process analyst. He has his first degree and second degrees in chemistry and analytical chemistry. He also holds a PhD in environmental chemistry. He is the Principal Quality Control Officer at the University of Lagos Works and Fiscal Planning Department. He has over 5 years experience as a halal auditor with the Halal Certification Authority, the HCA, where he is now the Director of Research and Development. He leads the Halal Agricultural Development Project and the member of the Halal Professionals in Nigeria. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Adelopo as he speaks to us about the challenges and potentials of the halal pharmaceutical industry.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It gives a lot of pleasure to be here today, and having the opportunity after Professor Oriagba had actually done a yeoman job to my own lecture because he has actually cut across Nigeria and Africa. So I'll be running a lot more on the slide because there are a lot of similarity. Critically, the topic is the challenges and opportunity. Now for pharmaceutical production and supply chain management in Nigeria. And there isn't any production, there isn't any pharmaceutical if it has not gone through production and it's actually not supplied to the customer. Next slide. The outlines are basically, you want to know about the market strengths and basis, terminology, Nigerian pharmaceutical markets, the challenges of pharmaceutical production, and the logistics associated with it. Next slide. Here, we just wanted us to know a basic fact. The halal pharmaceutical industry is actually nascent. Apart from 3 countries, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Brunei, that have actually established a statement, documentation about halal pharmaceutical, you could actually have it challenging. So even when we talk about Africa, you will see it as a new topic. Even at that, we'll see that globally, there are 3 focuses of halal that are growing massively. They are the halal food, the halal pharmaceutical, and the halal cosmetic. These 3 actually pull a total sum of $123 billion US dollars. And this is why halal certification for companies is becoming more interesting. Next slide. Now, we all know from halal words is from the Quran, and it actually presents what has 2 aspects. It has the lawfulness and it has the halalan tawhiban, which implies that the product system must comply with 3 major aspects. It has the aspect of quality, it has the aspect of cleanliness, and it has the aspect of what? Safety. Combining these is what is actually referred to the good manufacturing production practices. It means that whatever you want to take into the halal production system must actually have the wholesomeness in it, in its transportation, in the manufacturing, in the packaging, and the transportation. Next slide. Now, a major terminology in production of drugs that will be of major issue in most countries is alcohol, the aspect of intoxicants. In the chemical terminology, alcohol is a large group of organic compound with an hydrocarbon, and which is a basis of dilution, mixing in most of the pharmaceutical production. And even in Islam, you have different school of thought, which is a major aspect when it comes to making a decision about the procedure for halal pharmaceutical production. And that is why in scientific understanding, each of the production must be able to categorize how well do you want to enter into the alcohol management procedure in your production line. Next slide. That will be guided by this definition that we've seen, talking about 4 major aspects in terms of halal pharmaceutical production. That is in terms of non-halal, containing animal being slaughtered in the wrong manner, product from animals that are also not allowed, the najis, then the contaminant that are hazardous, the process line that is also contaminated, and other derivative from human being. So in the production line, you must be able to understand, do any of your products fall under these 4 categories? If it does, then you might need to look for a substitute. If it does not, then you have the possibility of going through the production that is halal inclined. The next slide. Now, for the Nigerian market, Nigeria has 60% capacity of production for the whole of Africa, projected to be between $60 billion after COVID. But up to now, the production remains stagnant between 1.5 billion and 2.5 billion. This is showing us that the production capacity in Nigeria is yet to be what? Optimized. And this is also indicated in the type of drugs that is being expended on. As we speak, over the counter represent $1 million, meaning that production is being exported. It is not actually done in what? In Nigeria. We import a large portion of our drugs. This is a potential that can be tapped in the halal pharmaceutical industry. The next slide. Now, what are the challenges actually facing production? The first aspect is human resources. The professionals, the pharmacists, the chemists that play an essential role in drug design and medicine supply are in shortfall. And we need them in inventory control, in procurement, in forecasting and logistic management, but they are not there. In fact, the lack of support for personnel in logistics is also of immense challenge in all the Nigerian states. Another aspect is the poor design production in terms of act of the state infrastructure, which is lacking in the design of the production process. And in the production process, the quality of the material you use actually determine the type of product you have. If you have act-of-the-act infrastructure, you'll be able to produce large volume and there will be quality. But what we have here is we have most of the time, the quality standard is being shut out for volume production over quality. Next slide. Now, even in the process line, quality validation and assessment is of a critical point when it comes to pharmaceutical production. Most of the time, the type of quality material, lack of calibration of what we use in terms of temperature, lack of calibration in terms of quantification. You even see pharmaceutical industry in their production line, they do not even know how to validate their calibration. And it's as sensitive that what you consume also deplete what you are. And that is why you see some drugs, rather than having the effective active agents, they are having more of additive than what would be of product to benefit to the user. Lack of stable power supply, which leads to variation in temperature and drug in vaccine, is also potentially affecting what we have in the country as what has our potential for production. The other aspect, which is also very critical, is the difficulty in importation, the difficulty in vehicular fuel transportation around the production line. Most of the time, when product are being imported down to the production line, there is a critical time lost in packages, quality, and privilege in the transit, because there is difficulty between locating your factory and importing your product from the supply chain. This is critically affecting the type, the quality, the delivery time of what we have in the pharmaceutical production. The next slide. For supply chain, the first aspect is stocking. Most of the time, when even pharmaceutical products are produced, the conveying time between the production to the delivery is affecting the stocking time. At times, 10% of facility in medical health are not available. This is a trend that is also creating a lot of challenge when it comes to logistics supply for pharmaceutical. And this dovetails into what we have as fake and counterfeiting. Nigeria, India, and Pakistan is rated as one of the leading supply of fake and counterfeit drugs. This is showing that if we will have an allow pharmaceutical company working here, it will be a double-edged sword. One, ensuring that what you have produced is halal. Second is to ensure that you have quality process that will prevent what? Fake and counterfeiting of your drug. You will still see the report of NAFDAC arresting so many people going back to create a substandard drug. This is the issue with supply chain. You have people trying to replicate your drug without following the necessary procedure. Now we have expired drug. The case of expired drug is a major dangerous indication in the supply chain. Traders who are interested in their money do anything to ensure that the drugs they have on the counter that is not stolen within the expired time is repacked and also reintroduced into the market. And this is why there is the difference between the producer, the supplier, and the marketer. Each of the value chain in halal pharmaceutical industry will have to be beamed into. Certification will have to be given to each of the levels, because once you produce, you turn it out to those that will supply, and when you supply, the supplier will have to give to the marketer. And in between, if drugs is expired and is introduced into the market, it constitutes a dangerous aspect in the value chain. The weak regulation system, no, go back. Weak regulation system also is a major challenge. Most of the time, if you go to popular market centers, you will see that 60% of the regulatory bodies are not able to effectively ensure compliance because the number, the instrument, and the number is far off from the demand of enforcement that they need. For us to have an effective halal pharmaceutical industry, the regulation aspect must be what? Taken into consideration and given the required attention. Next slide. Now, for supply chain, again, the road networks are major issues, and you could see the container. Even when you want to deliver some cold chain pharmaceutical supply, it requires that your vehicle are actually having enough heat system, and they have it within a number of time. But because of the challenge of infrastructure, road, supplying vaccine and drugs that are thermomobile are becoming difficult within the supply chain of Nigeria. This indicates that there are a lot of challenge that must be looked into for us to have an halal pharmaceutical effectively working within the Nigerian concept. The next slide. Corruption. 41% corruption. Corruption is there even in the health and medical service, leading to an high increase in adulteration of pharmaceutical supply from each level of the value chain, from the production to the logistic to the marketer. And if that is not also addressed, it will be a threat to producing a drug that is what? Halalan Tayyiban. The next slide. Now, what are those opportunities that we have in the halal pharmaceutical for Nigeria? First, we have a very strong population, with us having a population of over 200 million and 100 million as Muslims. This shows that manufacturers who have the halal label has the potential of capitalizing on a lot of the market strength and the growing population. Two, we have standards being developed. Here we have the Ministry of Industry and Trade we have SON, all forming technical communities to develop standards that will make it possible for us to have the desired halal pharmaceutical rules and regulations and standards in place. Next slide. Consumer confidence is another opportunity. Pharmaceutical industry, halal pharmaceutical is rapidly gaining confidence globally as a safety and quality assurance benchmark. Once somebody sees your logo, they know that you have a double assurance for them. Just like we have when we have counterfeiting drug in Nigeria nowadays, that you have to scratch and check the code and confirm. With halal pharmaceutical logo on medicine, then a lot of people will tend to have more confidence about the pharmacy, the drugs involved in halal pharmaceutical production. Collaboration is of great interest. We have both local and international collaboration here. We have the natural product that could serve as a new medium of ingredients for the halal industry being developed here in Nigeria, and that gives a credence to the opportunity that we can have. And we have interesting strategy being developed. We have product launch, we have partnership, we have acquisition, each trying to penetrate into the market and develop a pathway to getting the customer via halal pharmaceutical opportunity. Next slide. The Nigerian experience provides an huge opportunity for halal pharmacy to create business model which project purity, awesomeness, safety, while leveraging on modern production methodology in creating an healthy nation. Together, we can do it. Next slide. I just want to also show us that even here in Nigeria, ACA had been able to take through some pharmaceutical company and push them into the pathway. And some of it shows that the market is there. It is for us to push it and strive to make it bigger. Next slide. This is one of the industry that also have some of the pharmaceutical material in Nigeria. The next slide. You have these two dealing with some chemicals that are also used, and this will be the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adelokbo. Does anybody have a question for Dr. Adelokbo? Okay, Mr. Yasin.
Thank you very much. Indeed, it's not a question, but information with regards to halal pharmaceutical standard that CIMIC issued last year with the contribution of Turkey, Malaysia, and all committee members. So you can benefit because SON, I saw SON was on your presentation. It's also a member in CIMIC, Alhamdulillah, last year, or they adhered. So the certification bodies can benefit from CIMIC standards. It'll be actually 3 parts. Part 1, general requirements for halal pharmaceuticals, was established last year in 2022. So it's available. If you need, you can access, anyone here can access those standards. Just as an information to you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's why it was listed as an opportunity. We are aware of that. A lot of this mixed standard are part of what we use. But as a nation, you know, it's just getting up, like you said. Some of our members are also part of this SMIC technical committee, and which shows that there is a continuous integration, and we can get there when there is synergy and collaboration.
All right, thank you, Dr. Dilopo. So what I'm going to say now is for either yourself or Prof. Can respond. Prof. Aragba. So somebody online asked me to speak on behalf of the layman, all the standards and NAFDAC and so on. It's a bit confusing. So for us in Nigeria, now we know there's a HCA. Will the HCA be looking to spin off an agency like the Halal Son, the Halal NAFDAC, the Halal, or will there be a unit in NAFDAC and Son that understands the Halal aspects of it? So how does this play out? Is there going to be an overlap? Is there going to be, right? So.
Okay.
Say something.
Yeah, I would want the secretary of HCA to respond.
Thank you very much. That was a nice question. I'm sure if I happened to be around yesterday, we'll have addressed this. HCA cannot come with all those you just mentioned. Rather, we have a technical committee in place trying to handle all this. The most important thing is HCA being a certifying body, we don't have, it's not within the purview of HCA to enforce. To enforce is with the likes of SON. Coincidentally, we're working with SON as well. SON being a body in charge of standard in this country under a sub-regional body called the ARSO. ARSO is African Organization for Standardization. And that's at the ISO level, that's the global one. Now, the global one for halal is SMIC. SMIC is organizing this, is part of the organizers of this program. We've been trying to do a lot with them, such that at the end of the day, Nigeria too presently is also a member of SMIC, because being member of SMIC is not individual. You don't join as an individual, you join as a country. And that was made possible as a result of the current Director General of SON, who make sure, probably last year or so, there was a meeting in Saudi Arabia that we were made, Nigeria become a member of SMIC, which is a global body for the standardization of halal in the world. So on our own part, as experts, we are members of technical committee at SON, we are members of technical committee at ARSO level, and we're also members of technical committee of SMIC. I'm a member of TC1, which is halal foods, and TC14, which is petroleum and allied products like that. Prof is also a member of TC, and we have some in cosmetics as well, which came through SON. So in no time, this integration will work all together and it make life easier all in all. But when I'm doing my presentation, I'm going to delve more on that. Thank you very much.
Okay, just an additive. For a layman, regulation is for SON. Standard on halal will come from SON. We'll get that. While for certification, you will meet your HCB, which HCA is one of the HCB, halal certifying bodies. So you don't need to bother your head with all ISO. Just understand that when you need regulation, you want to get regulation about what should be your halal standard. Visit SMIC, check for standard that is in line with what you are looking for. Check for Nigerian standard via SON. You want to certify your product, contact the HCB close to you to have your product certified. I hope that answered the question.
Well done, sir. Thank you so much. I just want to ask this question to you, sir. I want to know what halal pharmaceutical has actually, what lawful measures has been activated by the halal pharmaceutical to make sure that, this issue of drug abuse that we have here and there in the country is checked.
Okay. In terms of halal pharmaceutical and drug abuse is a cardinal point, because the purpose of drug is to make us healthy. When you abuse drug, it means that you have used your drug wrongly. And that is why part of drug condition is you put the terms and conditions for the drugs. You don't take drugs on your own. You lean on your what? Your pharmacist to do that. For halal pharmaceutical, there are limits to each of the operational guidance. They cannot enforce what is outside in terms of individual utility. They can enforce production, supply logistic, and ensure that it is halalan tayyiban. But when it gets to you, you have your personal what? Right to ensure your drug is what? Is used in the correct procedure. Secondly, the government has the overriding right to ensure that if you abuse drugs, you are also what? Arrested. Halal pharmaceutical can give condition to some drugs that are specific, that could have multiple effects, that has side effects to say, you, if you are on this level, don't use this, don't use it. Those are part of what they can do, but they can't go out and follow up those who are actually abusing different types of drug based on their own personal self. That would be a governmental issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe, okay, Prof has something to say.
Thank you very much for the question. In addition to what he has said, a lot of awareness on our part is very, very key. So apart from the halal certifying bodies, health professionals must enlighten the public on the dangers of drug abuse. That is very, very key responsibility of all health professionals, whether you're a pharmacist or a medical professional or even a health worker. The public is vulnerable when it comes to drugs, and they can abuse drugs out of ignorance, especially herbal medicines. You know, we take a lot of herbal medicines in this country. And as much as we can say that herbal medicines are relatively safe, because over 80% of the population use herbal medicines, they have their own problems. The problem of adulteration is there. The problem of standards, dosage that is not standardized is there. The problem of contamination, microbial contamination, that is poor hygiene in terms of the manufacturing. These are problems which we as healthcare providers must educate the public. So we must educate the public on the need to consume genuine herbal medication or genuine orthodox medicines, and then educate them on the need to use these medicines correctly, rational use of medicines. That's a key role for us as healthcare providers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. I believe that's all the questions and remarks and feedback on the pharmaceutical industry. Thank you so much, Dr. Dilopo. Let's take a trip to the tourism industry. Right, we're going to listen to Mr. Yassin talk to us about the Halal Tourism Services general requirements. Fortunately, he's a specialist at the Standards Meteorology Institute for Islamic Countries, SMIC. Mr. Yasmin Zulfikaroglu graduated from Sakarya University in the Department of Mechanical Engineering in Turkey. He's worked as a manufacturing engineering expert before he joined Turkish Standards Institution as a mechanical engineer in the Inspection and Surveillance Department. He currently works at the General Secretariat of Standards and Meteorology Institute for Islamic Countries, SMIC, as a specialist, and he's been on that role since 2011. He's presently the secretary of SMIC and follows up the technical work of the SMIC technical committee. So we're going to listen to him now about the Halal Tourism Services general requirements to operate in that space.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I would like to thank Islamic Chamber, Halal Services, and also the Halal Expo Nigeria, making it possible for us to participate in this important gathering. And also, I'd like to thank the beautiful people of Nigeria for exerting this hospitality to us since our arrival here. Today I will talk about one of the OIC CIMIC standards issued by Technical Committee on Halal Tourism. It's OIC CIMIC 9 2019 Halal Tourism Services General Requirements. Next, please. Next. Okay. Before talking about the global challenges, Mr. Isan, our Secretary General, on the first day mentioned about CIMIC. Also, I would like to remind CIMIC, maybe some of you were not there on the first day. We are the affiliated institution of Organization of Islamic Cooperation. It stands for Standards and Metrology Institute for Islamic Countries. As our valuable professors explained, we are responsible for issuing standards for Islamic countries and our standards for global use of all Muslim communities all over the world, and whoever needs, either Muslim or non-Muslim, if it is usable for that industry, anyone can use OIC CIMIC standards. So since 2011, we issued more than 50 standards, 56 standards absolutely, on food, cosmetics, halal conformity assessment, accreditation, certification, supply chain, management systems, pharmaceuticals, and also we issued this standard on halal tourism services. So if you look at the global challenges in tourism sector, in fact, you can consider this as a general challenge in terms of halal. There you can meet as a Muslim when you travel or in your country, different halal logos and different approaches and implementation. So therefore, that's the reason also we needed standards to unify all these efforts. So this was one challenge even for the halal tourism industry. On the other hand, there were different terminology. We wanted to unify the terminology used and the definitions of those terminology used in tourism industry as well. And also one challenge with regards to halal tourism services, you know, in tourism industry is a big industry, developed industry. So as Muslims, we travel all around the world. Not only we live in our country, not only we travel in our territories, we travel all around the world, either Muslim or non-Muslim countries. So when we prepare this standard, the committee considered this point as well, that we should prepare a standard which could be used and which could make it easier for Muslim travelers when they travel abroad, even they could have the basic needs all together served by the accommodation premises or tour packages. And also awareness, also it's important even in Muslim countries, the halal industry needs raising awareness. Tourism is one of them. Also on tourism, it's important to aware people that the needs of Muslim travelers should be considered as well. So this was also a challenge when we set the standards. Next, please. So therefore, at the OIC level, in the first place, although we started our study in technical committee since 2015, and at OIC level, there are a council of ministers. So one of them is the Islamic Council of Tourism Ministers. So they created in the first place a committee to work on a strategic roadmap for the development of Islamic tourism in OIC countries. So this committee was composed of CIMIC and CESRIC. CESRIC is also a sub-organ of OIC, Statistic and Education institution, Bangladesh, Indonesia, and IUT, University of Technology based in Bangladesh. This is also an OIC university. So it was decided to draft a strategic roadmap, and the first draft was issued by CESRIC, and then the committee agreed on the draft, and this draft, next please. And this draft was approved by the 10th session of the Islamic Council of Tourism Ministers again, and this approval gave CIMIC another mandate to issue a standard on halal tourism. So based on this mandate given by OIC, we started, in fact, there was already a study, but we boost the study on the development of halal tourism standard. So this is just, I'm talking about some history about this standard. Okay, next, please. So with this mandate given by OIC, Technical Committee 5 on Tourism and Related Services, they started to work. As you see, we have P members and O members. This is the current number. And together with International Islamic Fiqh Academy, also this is a sub-organ of OIC, the committee developed this standard, and finally in 2019, it was approved by all CIMIC member states. Let me give you a brief information about how we create the standards. First, if there is a document, or if there is not a document, you create a working group. The working group develops the draft, and then the committee get consensus on that draft. Whenever the committee says that this standard is ready as a draft standard, as CIMIC General Secretariat, we circulate this document to all CIMIC member states, regardless of their membership at the committee. Anyhow, this process has been completed, and in 2019, by the approval of CIMIC member states, the standard was published. So it is important, I want to add this to my presentation. As my colleagues from Halal Certification Authority explained, membership in CIMIC Technical Committee is not by persons. SON, Standards Organization of Nigeria, is member at CIMIC Technical Committee, and they assign committee members as the representative of is their representative. So, for example, for TC1, colleagues, professors are committee members, and they are representing SON. So whatever is being discussed in technical committee level, it is transferred to SON, and through SON, relevant stakeholders, they study and they create the country view, and they reflect the view of Nigerian experts, the view of Nigerian industry to the standard. So at the end of the day, the main purpose is to get the consensus of all parties. So this is the international practice. Even in ISO or some ARSO, African Standards Organization, we see the similar implementation. So we didn't invent the wheel once again. So we use the same system in CIMIC level. And I appreciate the contribution of Nigeria and the experts to CIMIC work. It's very much appreciated. So this is how we harmonize all the standards. So this is the only way to prevent the multiple standards on the same subject. So national and international. So you have to carry national views at the international level this way. So again, I'd like to thank all the experts exerting their efforts for the creation of OIC CIMIC standards. Okay, next, please. Here you see the composition, indeed the contents of the halal tourism standard, halal tourism service general requirements. If you see, we have the classification of tourism services. This standard is not only for accommodation premises, but it also includes the tourism packages, like travel packages, convenient to Muslim travelers, also tourist services, and of course, most importantly, accommodation premises are, the requirements are part of this standard. You'll see in the further slides also, but I would like to just simply mention what makes this standard unique. When the committee was creating the first draft, the contribution of Malaysia, Turkey, and Bosnia-Herzegovina, because in that time they had already issued standards. So there was a task force. They wanted to create the first draft with that, with the existing documents. It was also, there was a report issued by COMSEC. This is also one of the OIC organs regarding the Muslim-friendly tourism. And there was also a categorization because the standard was not addressed only for full compliance halal tourism services, or in other words, the premises, accommodation premises, who can provide all the requirements of the standard. There are certain environments like OIC countries, the hotels, accommodation premises in OIC countries, accommodation premises in secular OIC countries, and accommodation premises in non-OIC countries. So all these things were considered in the development of this standard. So therefore, you will see the classification of the tourism services and categorization of accommodation premises in this standard. Next, please. Yeah, this is the scope. As you see, it covers all services for even all services provided by medium or big companies. And also it covers the tourism packages, accommodation premises, tourist guides, rules for tourist guides also explained in this standard, and other tourism services provided also included, of course, in terms of halalness. Next, please. Yes, one of the important things even for halal tourism, the major element, of course, as a Muslim, when you travel, the first thing you ask if you are staying in the hotel and you will take your breakfast, is this halal? Is that halal? Because the food is one of the most important elements for tourism standard as well. So therefore, in this standard, we have normative references to other CIMIC standards. First one is OIC CIMIC 1, general requirements for halal food. And other one is the OIC CIMIC 4, halal cosmetics general requirements. Of course, the personal care products used in the hotel, this is also considered to be halal or in compliance with this other OIC CIMIC standard. So that's why we took these two standards as normative references. Okay, please, next. And terms and definitions, yes, this was also a challenge. We want to harmonize the terminology and definition used in the standard. You can find the definition of halal tourism services and also the Qibla indicator, public prayer room, whatever used in the standard should be explained in the terminology. So there was discussions in the technical committees because some says it should be Islamic tourism, others says Muslim friendly tourism. So at the end of the day, for example, it was decided to have as halal tourism services. So just an additional information. Okay, next, please. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, the categorization of accommodation premises. So we have currently 3 categories according to the standard. Accommodation, the category A, the premises with halal tourism advanced scale services. Category B is the premises with halal tourism medium scale service. And C, accommodation premises with halal tourism basic scale services. So I can say that I think it's not correct to say that a hotel or accommodation premises is halal, okay? Because this is a space and this is just a premise. This cannot be halal or non-halal, but this premises can provide halal services to you. So the categorization is based on this approach. So as you see, the A means if the accommodation premises, I'll say hotel, okay, provides the whole requirements of this standard, okay, it can be the category A and it will be the full compliant to the standard. On the standard, you will see annexes. In Annex A, there are tables, and that table, according to that table, the services which falls under category B is also listed. So if the hotel provides the services falls under the table B, category B, according to table B, so will be considered as category B hotel. And if the hotel can provide only basic services, then it will be considered as category C. So let me give you an example. For category C, you can consider the hotels in Europe, for example. You are in London, because tourism industry is a huge industry, and since maybe with the history of mankind, it exists. So in certain countries, you cannot convert all industry. Just you cannot expect them to be halal, fully halal hotels. But as a Muslim, I think this is the current thing that you experience when you travel to non-OIC country, let's say London, that when you stay in the hotel, okay, you can expect, according to this, if it is category C, you can expect basic services. Like if you ask them, if it is category C certified, for example, if you ask them to provide you a sajada, prayer mat, they can bring it to you. The Qibla indicator should be in the room in a constant place. They can provide this as well. They can remove alcohol from the refrigerator as per your request. They can show you the closest halal restaurant or halal food, how you can reach halal food. They can help you. And the receptionist or the employees can have a basic knowledge about halal. So when you ask something, they can help you. So this is category C, okay? B, you can add more to this basic requirements. There should be a halal kitchen, okay, at least. For A, as I said, the whole requirements of the standard. Then there will be halal restaurant. There will not be any alcohol service. There will be a prayer room dedicated for Muslims, etc., etc. So this is the categorization. And tour packages, if I talk about tour packages, I think this part is coming from the Malaysian standard also. If you are joining a tour package and it is in compliance with the Muslim belief or needs, the tour package should provide the schedule according to the prayer times, and they should provide you the halal food, etc. So this is all about that. And tourist guide services, the rules for guides, how they are informed about the halal tourism services, how they are, the clothes should be modest. Such things are mentioned as requirement in the standard. Next, please. Yeah, I already explained. Currently, we have a general requirement. Of course, in most of the CIMIC standards, if the first rule is the entity, the premise, whatever it is, should be a legal one. So it should abide with the rules, current rules of the country. Okay, if it is Nigeria, it should be a legal accommodation premises recognized by the government's rules, the authority. So this is for, and the second one is regarding halal requirements. So first, food and beverages, we look for food and beverages in line with halal rules, and cleansing materials used in the bathrooms also should be in line with OIC CIMIC 4. And specific rules for accommodation premises, if they provide, for example, swimming pool or recreational spaces, gender separation should be there. So that kind of requirements exist in our standards. Next, please. Yeah, these are for the tourist guides. We can continue. We expect tourist guides to have basic knowledge about halal tourism services, of course, if it is compliant with this standard. Of course, the management path is important in the standard. If in accommodation premises, if there is halal tourism services there, the top management should know about it. Top management should organize trainings to their employees. Also, they should assign a Muslim officer to follow up the implementation of halal tourism services and documentation. Everything is there. Okay, next, please. Yeah, this is the table that I talked about. Category A, this is just the brief of the requirements requested from the accommodation premises category A, means that full compliance. Okay. For category B, we see halal food should be there. Remove the alcohol from minibar should be there. And category C is the basic one. Also, we have rules for restaurant. You can certify a restaurant according to this standard as well. And if there is a recreational facility, also should be in line with the requirements of this requirements mentioned in category on this table. So this is basically the structure of the standard. So as an example, of course, one thing should be clear for halal certification bodies, that in standards, you cannot expect all the details. These are the general requirements. You have to prepare your certification plan or certification scheme based on the standard. So I will give you the example of Turkish Standards Institution. We issued this standard, and Turkish Standards Institution, they adopted this as a national standard. And then we had frequent correspondences with them because they wanted to understand. Of course, although they are a member of the committee, when you implement, okay, in the field, you see some things that you didn't consider before. So there were some questions asked to us. We explained. At the end of the day, they created their certification scheme based on OIC CIMIC 9. And this year, as far as I know, they certified two hotels in Turkey based on OIC CIMIC 9 standards. And they were accredited by the Halal Accreditation Agency of Turkey. they were already accredited for the food certification scope, but now they extended their accreditation with addition of the tourism services certification. So this is the system that in CIMIC we are trying to establish. So of course, in the first place, when you see the standards, you'll have to digest it, understand it, and then create your certification scheme, checklist, etc. And then it'll be easier for you to implement. So this was the example of Turkey, how they managed to implement this standard last year. So next, please. I think this was the last one. Okay, just final remarks. This standard can be used in non-OIC countries with limited halal tourism services, in OIC countries with medium halal tourism services, and OIC countries with advanced halal tourism services. So next. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yassin. Does anybody have any questions? Great, one person. Anybody else? Just one person.
Thank you very much, Yassin, for that was a nice one. Thank you. In the earlier part of your presentation, I just want to know whether Nigeria has joined SMIC when this technical committee was formed. Because in the member states, Nigeria as a member state is not included as member of that technical committee.
Yeah, I think I checked it on SMIC website when I was preparing. I didn't see Nigeria. Maybe still not a member. Maybe you should talk with SON. If they send us a request to be a member, just that we can be a member, no problem.
Okay, number two is what's the timeline on each standards? How often do you review standards?
Okay, normally this is case by case study. Okay, if there is a document when it is proposed to issue a new standard, if you have a document with you attached, okay, the process can be faster. But if there is nothing and you start from scratch, it could either change from 2 years to 5 years. But on average, 3 years is the standard development process time, because it starts with the proposal. The project has been approved as a new project, new work item at the committee. And then you create the working group, you assign experts. Working group from scratch creates the initial draft. And then that draft is sent to committee. Committee seeks consensus on it. And then it's sent to CIMIC General Secretariat. We circulate it to all CIMIC members, not only the committee members. There are certain criteria to approve. If the criteria has been fulfilled, then we published this standard. So I think the most critical thing, if you start from scratch at the working group level, if you manage to if you manage to work and contribute a lot by the experts, okay, and if you manage to have a mature enough document to proceed, the rest of the stages will be smooth. So it is important in terms of standard development. But average 3 years, I can say it takes 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yassin. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much. This time around, we'll want to bring the tourism home. We'll be looking at halal tourism and destination management in Nigeria improving the quality and competitiveness of halal tourism products. To do justice to this topic, we'll invite Dr. Ajani Sakiruddin Abidemi. He's the Secretary General at Halal Certification Authority, and he will speak to us for 20 minutes, after which we'll have time to interact with him. Dr. Ajani holds a PhD in Applied and Environmental Microbiology from the University of Lagos. He also is currently the Deputy Director and Head of Packaging Technology Division of the Federal Institute of Industrial Research, FIRO, in Oshodi. He has attended SMIC Technical Work Procedures and SMIC Information Systems. He has published over 15 papers in reputable journals and has made several international oral presentations in various academic fora. Dr. Ajani holds membership of numerous international bodies that cut across microbiology, biotechnology, packaging, biodegradation, as well as biodeterioration. We'll listen to him for 20 minutes and have time to interact with him for another 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm going to make my lecture very, very simple. I will not be too verbose. From my experience in lectures like this, in the afternoon, it's not always easy to arrest the attention of listeners. It's always very difficult. Probably you've taken your lunch, you're tired. So let me do the lecture this way so that I'll carry everybody out. I won't be too verbose. More importantly, Yasin made his presentation actually should be part of what I should do, but he has done that for me. And earlier speakers too, they have actually done very well. So I would not like to take much of our time. Next slide, please. That's my topic. That's the outline of what I'm going to talk about. Next slide, next, please. I will not take too much of your time. Next slide. Now, we've been told all these, Nigeria being what it is, very populous Muslim countries. I mean, we have many Muslims here, which makes it tourist attraction anytime. Go to the next slide. This is a verse of the Quran, which actually emphasizes the importance of tourism. Allah said, travel through the land and observe how he began creation. Now, traveling is not alien to Muslims. Every year, Muslims leave from Nigeria to Saudi Arabia, tourism. You know, it may not even be during Hajj period. So tourism is part and parcel of Muslims generally. So that you can see how Allah produced the final creation. Indeed, Allah has power over everything. So it has spiritual implications. To travel has spiritual, it's even rewarding to travel. Very, very rewarding. Next slide, please. Probably before I go into all this, I'll share one or two experiences when it comes to traveling and as a Muslim. I was in Holland 1 year, and on getting to, I went for a short course, which took me some time. And after, let's say about 3 p.m., probably the second day, I had to move out and look at what I can take. I want to take some, I'm a traveler, and you know, there'll be quest for adventure. I want to see 1 or 2 things. Now, on getting to one of the malls, probably by the roadside, the guy that saw me in charge of that quickly drew Teslim. Salam alaikum. I said, wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi. Then I went back, look at what they have in the stock there. Then I started pointing to, no, you know, said no. You can't take this, you can't take this, you can't take this, you can't take this. About 6, 7 other, he pointed to 6, 7 others, which I can't. I said, why? He said, you're a Muslim, you can't take this, you can't. And I was, what if we did not do Teslim earlier on? I would have taken them and take these things because they are seriously frozen. You wouldn't know what is there. But by mere seeing me that I'm a Muslim, that was why I did not fall into that trap that I would have taken pork, I would have taken some other things. And these are some of those things tourists do fall into. As a tourist, you need to be very careful. You need to ask questions. The second experience was somewhere in Sheraton Hotel. We were there for a conference for some 2-3 days, and we're on the line queue, want to take what to eat. Then as I was moving closer to something that attracted me, it was not labeled. So a friend of mine just pulled me from the back that, Mr. Man, that's a pork. I said, but it's not labeled. You don't have. What if I was not pulled back? These are some of the problems of tourists. And that's why I perfectly agree with those standards. But unfortunately, those standards, before it goes around, let's say country like this, we need to do a lot of advocacy. We need to come together. So tourists, whether you call it Sharia tourism, from the standard is HTS, halal tourist services, or you call them Muslim-friendly tourism. The good thing about tourism is just that it covers all aspects we've been talking about before, either foods, either pharmaceutical, because as a tourist, you need to have all these things, or you need to, one way or the other, you have to attend to them once you leave the shores of it. And tourism, to let me put a perspective here again, it's not necessarily leaving the country. It's not necessarily, within Lagos, you can be a tourist. Within Lagos. In some years back, when you look at what you have as Bar Beach there now, for some of us, if you are not up to 50 years, that's not what Bar Beach used to look like. Right? Bar Beach was not like that. Bar Beach, the shores came as far as the road. As far as the road. But with the coming of the Eco-Atlantic City, of which at the conceptual stage, we had a meeting at Eco Hotel under International Maritime Organization in London. We were taken through those areas. And what you have there now is country within country by the time it comes to place. But these are areas too where the laws in that area may be different from the law in every other part of Victoria Island. But as a tourist, these are areas you need to look at too as well. You may be a tourist within just where you are. You believe that if you leave that Eco-Atlantic City, come to somewhere in Victoria Island, you are a tourist within that region, less than 2-3 kilometers as a tourist. But as Muslims or people who are religious inclined, we have rules that guides us. So it cuts across all these areas. Those are the components, as we've been told in the standards, which was just read to us now. Next slide, please. Next slide. Now, these are the various factors. Like I said earlier on, food is important. You can see the TRO, 67%. Air and hotel deal. Air and hotel, very important. I only mentioned something briefly here. In Nigeria, to be precise, people in the north, in the area of hospitality and tourism, we have a long way to go. Hardly will you go into a room without probably, you won't see a Quran. You hardly see a Quran in a room. Or you hardly find Qibla direction. You hardly find that. Rather, these are the other things we do. But these are things we can do too by the time we all put our acts together, and that makes life easier. But all these factors, it's part of what makes someone decide what I want to do. And all other responses, the food experience, the adventure, the quest for adventure, and the likes. Next slide, please. So for state of Islamic tourism in the OIC countries, the ECAs and MENA actually carry the day, basically with an annual growth rate of 4.8%. Muslim tourism markets is growing faster than in global tourism. And Nigeria being what it is, it's a very good hub for us, for some of us who have business mind. As we speak, no halal, very few halal kitchen, no halal gym. But which other one? Mention them. No halal swimming pool, no halal, virtually all those aspects which is required there, we don't have them. Our females can't feel free, they can't even do many things. They can't even go to the gym. They can't go to, even Muslim male too, you can hardly want to go to the gym because of, so these are areas whereby if you are business minded, we can actually latch onto this and makes life easier. But next slide, please. Next slide. Now, the major source market for Islamic tourism. What I want to emphasize here is when you look at top 20 Muslim tourist source, based on this, some 6 years ago, Nigeria is 10th, yeah. Nigeria is 10th with this size close to 4.4 billion US dollars. But by now, it's something which is far, far more than that, which is a source of good business for anybody who is interested. Next slide, please. Next slide. And as we can see now, the Global Muslim Travel Index too shows how these people travel from one country to the other. Top 10 OIC and non-OIC Islamic tourist destination. Though Nigeria may not be part of this, but I'm assuring you, by the time we look at the various opportunities we have within, we can also be part of this because it's good business. Next slide, please. So the various challenges we have, I'll talk more on the first one, lack of unified and global standards and certification, which is the bane of what we have, not only in tourism, but virtually in all other facets of life as well. Now, as it was explained to us the other time, it may be too technical. It may be technical, but in business sense, if we want foreign investors, we want people to put in their money, we need to harmonize our standards. Our standards must be harmonized. At the African level, we have what we call African standard for harmonization models. And at SMIC level too, they are going towards that direction as well, whereby if standards are harmonized, what I'm seeing in Lagos is what I'll be seeing in London in terms of those standards put in place for us. So with that too, it makes tourism easier for us. So financial constraint is part of them, and the other ones which we can all read through. Next slide, please. Those are the ongoing challenges. Opportunities, social media for marketing, potential for economic growth, innovative tourism products, which I've mentioned some of them for we Muslim. No, we don't have halal gym, we don't have halal swimming pools, different opportunities for us, which we can easily latch onto so that we can recoup our investment in a very short time. These are opportunities. Next slide, please. Now, when you look at the halal industry in Nigeria or Africa as a whole, it's an uncharted territory. We're looking at consumer in the neighborhood of 1.8 billion. I remember one time we met the former group GMG or Flour Mills of Nigeria. He said, why will a reasonable outfit not to satisfy your product? It's like committing suicide, because you have, let's say in Africa alone, you are talking about 500 million Muslims. And in Nigeria, we are talking of well over 100 Muslims. If I don't certify my products, that means I'm losing big business, losing a lot of money. So he gave the order there and then that all the subsidiaries, all those under food and agro-allied businesses under FMN should be certified halal, because he understands what it means certifying the product. So it's a paradigm shift entirely, a new thought entirely when it comes to business. And if we think business too, these are what we need to look into as well. Let's move. If you look at the ecosystem, people have talked a lot about this, the various aspects of halal ecosystem. I think we've talked about cosmetics and pharmaceuticals as well. I wouldn't lay much emphasis on this. Next slide. Next slide. Now, the market in general, the essence of this presence was to create awareness about the halal industry in Nigeria. And we are just growing anyway. Many Nigerians are here to be aware of the strategic importance of the halal industry, especially to the economy, what it's going to bring to the table, to individual, to organized private sector, even to the government itself. It's a lot. Let's move. Next slide. So all mammoth or gamut of certification actually started something 2016 in Nigeria. And we've been able to pull through to some extent. So the growing demand for Sharia compliant goods makes an ideal marketplace for halal products and services. So SON, like it was said earlier on, concerning the issue of standards, actually came up with different ideas. We have what we call the technical committee on halal foods, which actually went through different stages of considering different inputs to make sure that we have standards in place. And HCA, like we have been informed earlier on, is also one of the major stakeholders that look into this. Next slide. So various challenges, lack of awareness of halal certified products, lack of traceability of halal label, and on and on. All these is applicable to the tourism industry as well. And you are going to see some of the few things we've been able to do to bring some on board to make sure that tourism in Nigeria too is given its pride of place. Next slide. Next slide, let's go. The future of halal too is very bright. Let's go. Now, from what we have said earlier on, you can see this is National Technical Committee on Roadmap and Operational Framework. This is actually the name. The National Technical Committee on Roadmap and Operational Framework for Halal Industry Development in Nigeria. What the committee has done is to put a policy in place, but we need to include, we need more inclusions so that this can see the light of the day. And it's going to address issues under tourism as we have here today, so that we can have a policy framework to make life easy for those who are going to partake. Next slide, please. Now, the committee went as far as going for validation of the documents. So at that point, more stakeholders were brought in so that we can have a policy framework for this country. And Halal Certification Authority, like I said, we are a good member of this committee. Even at the validation stage, we're there, such that we have a policy in place for Nigeria to work with. Next slide. Now, I'll be taking Halal Certification as a case study now, because let me assume we have would-be clients here. If you want your facility to be certified, what are those steps we need to go through bit by bit? Next slide. The very first thing is you should have standard guiding us. These are the standards, non-standards. OIC SMIC 9 2019 is basically for halal tourism services, like we are told from that HTS. That's OIC SMIC 9 2019, and all other compatible ones as well. These are what guides whatever we are going to do at the end of the day. Next slide. You do your application to us. We review your application. We do adequacy audit on that. We agree on price quotes. We have to come around for on-site audits. And then finally, we have to take certification decision after probably we give you a report and you return back with your CAPA plan. If it meets all that we have observed, then we take the right certification decision. Next slide, please. Now, at the on-site meeting, these are the basic things we do there for your outfits. We had our opening meeting where we tell us the rules, the itineraries of what we have to do, and we do your step-by-step plant inspection. We must have sent earlier on documents that we need to review so that they are in consonance with basic rules in halal tourism and all other ones like that. If need be to get samples from your facility, we need to do that. Then we do closing meeting. Normally, this process may be 1 or 2 days. It depends on the strength of the facility we want to audit. Next slide, please. So after that, leaving that arena, we need to analyze. If we take samples, we put up our audit report, which includes all the observations and probably recommendations we need to put forth. And if that is written, the report sent to you, you send back with your CAPA plans, after which it is submitted to the Council of Scholars, who will look at it. If the next thing is to issue your certificate, if there are no other major non-conformances or anything that may debar us from going ahead, we can always get back to you. If there are things we can easily mitigate, this can be mitigated in no time, so that the next stage can do, so that you have your certificate being issued at the end of the day. Anyway, I've never said this one in the earlier one. All this we are saying is not free. It's not FOC. You have to make your payments before because some of you may come and meet me after this time out that you do this is not free of charge. You have to pay. And I'm sure we are going to do you well. Next slide, please. Now, at the end of the day, this is what our logo looks. You can see previous speakers have been talking about halal logo, halal logo, halal logo. And I remember, I think Professor Riagba talked about traceability. Now, for any halal logo, normally we see that halal, lamb alif, lamb written anywhere. You must see, there must be a name. If there's no name, that means there should be a question mark on such logo. Because with that, you can easily trace that logo. Not just putting logo, and then like one of our speakers said here in the morning too, you had a logo on pork. You know, anybody can just import logo from anywhere and just emboss on our products. Now, for tourism outfit too, in the subsequent slides, you will see they either have it as on their frame or they have file copy, which can be presented at any point in time on request. So this is what our label, our last label looks like, the logo of HCA. Next slide, please. Now, I'll take you through a few of our achievements in the area of hospitality and tourism, which we've been able to certify. Next slide. Now, Oasis Executive Lounge. This is a lounge very at the inside Murtala Mohammed International Airport, the departure wing. You definitely see for a lounge of this nature, people coming from outside the country or leaving the country may probably want to have a little rest. And Muslims, non-Muslims, but basically those Muslims are always worried about where will I stay. And this is one of the reasons why Oasis Executive Lounge had to come around, and we got the facility certified. Look at the kitchen, look at the arrangements which they have in place, and they are due for certification very soon. So this is Oasis in the hospitality and tourism industry. Next slide, please. Domino 2, we can never talk when you're looking at tourism, definitely food is important. This actually took us some time. I think it was shown earlier, in the sense that for pepperoni being one of the ingredients being used, if you look at pepperoni anywhere, probably you Google or whatever, the main component of pepperoni will be pork, and it's affecting the business. So after doing due diligence, in fact, we have to take the sample outside this country to show that that is not pork, but beef and or chicken. And even where they do get their supply was equally monitored as well. So this is how we got these certified, but it takes some time. Obviously, it takes some time because it's one of the principles of halal. What is halal? You don't say it's haram. And what is haram? You don't say it's halal. Before you can do that, then you need to do both scientific, both whatever you need to put in place to make sure that this is done. And because the onus is on you now, the onus is on you, and anybody can always come around and ask, how did you go about it? So we did all that is required in taking the required samples. We painstakingly do all the required analysis, and then we will never leave them because there will be surveillance in place. This is also in the tourism and hospitality industry too. Next slide, please. Next slide. Flourishing treats. This woman had to run to us because Saudi Arabia requested that the Saudi Arabian government or an outfit requested that she should supply her chin-chin to about 150 outlets in Saudi Arabia. And she can't just but lose that type of business. And she did everything possible, and we do all we could to make sure that everything is certified, or it goes in the way of Sharia after doing all that is required to make flourishing treat to have their certificate. Next slide, please. Is Grace Ventures. This is into confectionaries. These equally supply some in-flight catering services. And for in-flight catering services in the airline industry, you know, once you are in there, some passengers are always very worried. They crave for what is halal. And that's why they ran to us so that we get them certified. So next slide, please. Grace Co. Grace Co is into the production of icing sugar, which has been certified to. Next slide. LSG Sky Chef. This is also an in-flight catering services. They do for the likes of Lufthansa, the likes of what's it called, Qatar Airline. And with this, you can see that they have all that is necessary. They put in place, and the halal team did what is expected of them before making sure that these LSG Sky Chefs, MM1 is equally certified. Next one there is J Diners. J Diners is somewhere in Fallomo Square Mall. They operate between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. for now. And they have Muslims coming around who are wary of what they put in place, and they had to run to the Halal Certification Authority. It's also in the hospitality and tourism realm too. Next slide, please. Nearest to Nearest is in Abuja. Nearest is also an in-flight catering service. In fact, one of the major customers then used to be Etihad and was this popular Emirates airline. Before you have the likes of British Airways, and they are really doing good. They're in Abuja, called Nearest. They've been certified too. And next slide, also on Nearest, we have Nearest in Abuja, we have Nearest in Lagos. So this is also a pointer to the fact that certification is destination specific too. So we've done for Nearest Lagos. Next slide, please. Next thing goes, we have to present to them their certificates and label order to ensure that they are Sharia compliant and Halal compliant. Next slide, please. Generally now, we need to look at these recommendations policy-wise. You see that at the national and the OIC corporation level, like I said earlier, there must be harmonization of policies and guidelines to guide those of us in the in this industry generally. For those guidelines being put in place, we guide each and every one of us. And these are what we use to benchmark whatever we're doing. Sharing of expertise and experiences, cooperation for making a positive image, organizing Islamic tourism events, designing long-term strategies and master plans. And at the industry level, we ensure halal, we train the staff, we facilitate access, we pay attention to diversity, proper accommodation management, which I've already mentioned part of them earlier on, information about halal food, offering gender-specific facilities, appropriate dress code for the staff, and suitable marketing strategies. If all these policies are put in place at both ends, which I think in this part of the world, I mean Nigeria, we're actually just coming up. So if we can learn from those who are in the business, and more importantly, we have the like of SMIC around there, and some other member states who are already well ahead of us when it comes to hospitality and tourism generally, we will be able to move ahead. Next slide, please. And at this point in time, I would like to appreciate once again, I'll start with the Islamic Chamber of Halal Services for this opportunity, putting this in place, because it's more of awareness and advocacy for those of us in this part of the world. And generally, I want to thank you all. Thank you all who are giving me the opportunity to talk to us this afternoon. And thank you all once again for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ajani. Does anyone have questions for Dr. Ajani? Remarks, feedbacks? We're satisfied. Okay, Prof, anybody else? So we're all happy that halal tourism has at least taken off. We are getting there slowly but surely.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to address a question that you mentioned earlier, that is HCA accredited globally. Well, most of our auditors are internationally certified by the HDC, that is the Halal Industry Development Corporation. And we have put in our papers for the foreign halal body recognition. So that is in place. We are working on that. Again, the halal accreditation body in Turkey, HAC, we've also put in our papers and we're working on that. But more importantly, in Nigeria, we also want to establish a framework so that within Nigeria, our bodies, the HCBs in Nigeria are also accredited in Nigeria for Nigerians. So that is what we are working, and we're working very closely with the regulatory authority, that is SON, S-O-N. And in fact, like as mentioned earlier, SON already recognizes us by appointing us with SMIC in their technical committees. So as much as possible, we are within Nigerian-based accredited, working towards that within the country. And then globally too, we're also working on that. Just last month, we were in UK working with the Halal Food Authority to see areas of collaboration and partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Yeah, Assalamu alaikum. Yeah, so my name is Salah Fatai Okonlawo. So I wanted to ask what the standard turnaround time is for the certification of businesses in Nigeria. And then are there different
Can I get the first question right, please? Let me get.
I wanted to ask the standard turnaround time. If I apply to get a certificate, how long does it take in Nigeria? And then are there different categories of certification? Are there different rates for different kind of businesses? So that's my question.
Thank you very much. Any other one?
Anybody else?
No. Now, for your outfit to be certified within the confines of what we use, we give 6 weeks maximum. And how we do that is by the time you've agreed with all the laid down rules and we come to your facility, at that point, that very day, the audit was carried out, that starts counting. From our own end, if we can give our reports to you in good time, let's say maximum of, let's say 4 weeks maximum. If you can return your own CAPA plans to, these are your corrective action plans, you give it back to us within that time too, you see that 6 weeks may be enough, will be enough for all this. And at times it can be expedited. If on our own part, we are able to do it in a very shorter time, let's say 2 weeks, and you return back what is expected of you and every other thing is done, is put right at our own end too. Under 4 weeks, you can get your certificate. Maximum, we always try as much as possible. Now within 6 weeks, everything is taken care of. All decisions must have been made. And we've had situations whereby we have done it less than 3 weeks. It depends on clients, right? Because some clients probably they are really out of it, because we need to take this time, because we need to analyze samples, we need to look at the results, we need to wait on something like that. So it's not something you can just quick into. So, but that's why we have this maximum of 6 weeks as a cycle of our certification. The next question is then in terms of charges, right? That charges are based on the type of industries. We classify them actually. We have the SMEs, we have the nano, mini, we have a micro, medium, nano, as the case may be. And we have the multinationals too, because the more the complexity, the more the work to be done as well, the more the samples to be taken, and the more the cost. So there is segregation in terms of cost like that. What HCA will be charging, probably flour mills, which HCA may not charge one of these ones which are
T-Crown Foods, right?
So it depends on the composition, even in terms of the strength, the staff strength, even your turnover. We always we put all this into consideration as well before we dole out charges. And on most occasions, there is always an agreement if we have a price quote like that, because some may have more than a sample. You may have 2, 3, 4 samples to be certified. We do give some rebates at times so as to make life easier. But more importantly, especially the indigenous outfits, we always like to encourage them the more, because the more we have our SMEs or the nano, whatever, as much of them as possible in this world, the better for us too. So we do give considerations for the local content so that our people will be more certified, not to compromise quality anyway. So this is how we do it for our clients. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ajani. Gradually winding down as we get closer to the end of the Halal Expo Nigeria Islamic Chamber Halal Conference for 2023. We have 2 more sessions to go and we'll call it a wrap. I'm going to be inviting Mr. Abdul Hakim Akimbode next. He will be talking about reviving Nigeria's textile industry for halal fashion, the opportunities and challenges. He is currently the Deputy Registrar of the Institute of Islamic Finance Professionals. He holds an MBA from the University of Lagos, a Master's in Non-Interest Finance from the University of Lagos Business School, and he's a fellow of the Institute of Islamic Finance Professionals. You already know him because he was on stage on Tuesday and Wednesday moderating all the panel sessions. Now it's time for him to give his own presentation.
Thank you very much, Aminat, and well done. Driving us from the morning till this afternoon is a big task. Kudos to you. Good afternoon, everybody, and good afternoon to all our viewers and participants, both physical and virtual. My name is Abdul Hakim, as rightly introduced. I'm going to be taking us through Nigeria's textile industry for halal fashion, opportunities and challenges. I want to say that I may not be the best person or the most qualified person in the industry as far as textile is concerned and fashion. I want to appreciate the organizer for giving me the opportunity to speak on this topic. So I take all questions and whatever deficits, I attribute all to myself. If there's any mistake, it is all to me. You can always query me for that. Yes, thank you very much. So this afternoon, we are going to be looking at Nigeria's textile industry and, you know, trying to as well put it side by side with halal fashion. How can we, with the present situation of Nigerian industry, the textile, the fashion, what are the challenges and how can we, even realizing those challenges, how can we bring out opportunities for people in the halal fashion? So I'm going to be taking us through this in the next few minutes, and I'll be taking question and answer. So first off, to start with, when we look at Nigeria, for example, as important as Nigeria is in the African continent, and also zooming it a bit inside, looking it through the West African region, and also when you look at Nigeria itself, with population and the arable lands that we've got, yes, we are gifted. And all of this speaks to the fact that in the early part of say after the independence, Nigeria has started working around the fashion, the textile, the agriculture, starting from the 1950s, late 50s, when Nigeria started the textile mill in Kaduna. And that was not enough. To mention that after that period, we moved into the 1970s, when Nigeria continued to amplify its efforts around textile production in West Africa. That also led us to moving ahead and joining the international bodies to looking at how they regulate the fashion, how they regulate the textile industry, as to what are the inputs that is coming out of each region to the global space, such that they are able to ration it, like they are rationing oil production now. They ration textile production at that time as well. Moving on to the next slide, we are going to realize that even till the 1987, where we have about 37 textile firms in the country, operating 716,000 spindles and doing over 17,000 looms. This was not enough, and that is not at the apex. We still continue to amplify our efforts in the textile industry, not only at the West Africa region, but also at the global level.
Nigeria continued all of this to the extent that when it got to around the late 90s, specifically in 1995, when we joined the WTO, and again, we have the MFA, that is looking at the textile aggregation association, where they try to look at how do we control the output of textile in the world. How many portion is Nigerian bringing to the global supply, whereby countries that have that raw material, how they control their block to ensuring that at the end of the day, their own supply is not affecting other supply from the world. So at that time, we begin to have our challenges where we went ahead to sign different agreements, including the WTO and the MFA. We signed it trying to look at how it is being regularized. And since that signing, that led us to another phase of setback. Because since that time, the Nigerian farmers who are into agriculture, who are into farming for textile, they begin to have their own challenges. And also other players in the global space, including China, including India, they now use that opportunity to push in their own products down the Nigerian line. Moving on to the next slide, we realize that giving an overview of the Nigerian space, let's move on, please. Looking at the Nigerian, a glance at Nigeria textile industry, starting from the 90s. Move on, please. Trying to give us a glance at how the textile industry was at. In the 80s, we started with about 180 mills and with more than 1 million workforce spread over the country. And when we look at Nigeria geographically, we are able to realize that of 36 states in Nigeria, 26 of all of these states have raw material associated with cotton. And this is just a big potential that when we look at how we can tap into it, every state, almost every state in Nigeria can produce cotton. And as at that time, moving on to the current situation where we have less than 30 mills in Nigeria with less than 25,000 workforce, which cannot meet up with the need of the country. I'm giving all this overview to let us see the challenges that we have in the Nigerian fashion industry. So when we are trying to bring a solution, we know where we are coming from. And again, as at that time in the 80s, 90s, we have the big player in that industry at the United Nigerian Textile Limited, the Aswani, the Afprint, the Asaba Textile, and also the Edo Textile, pardon me. And these are the biggest players at that time. But when you try to go back now to check, I'll give you an instance. In 2019, I think during the time Jonathan was supposed to go for another tenure, I was involved in a market research through one of the sitting ministers to undo a project about getting all these campaign clothes for their party, whereby they are going to print, maybe it is WCA party or something party. So we had to start moving around Lagos State, looking for all of these mills that produce local fabrics that can print. We could not see. We were moving around, went to Odile. From Odile, we went to Costain. From Costain, we went all around. We could not get. The only one that we got was telling us that they can't produce as much as we needed at that period of time. That is speaking to the reality on ground as at that time. And when you now look at other players in Southwest here now, they are all gone. Because majority of all these factories that exist somewhere in Ilupeju, where we have a lot of factory in Ilupeju, they've turned all those factories, they've turned them to, yes, Ikeja, yes, Ikeja. They've turned all of them to warehouse. They are now warehouses now, with all the machines that are available at that time all gone. So this is giving us an overview as to what we used to have and what we have now. Moving on to the next slide, we are also going to realize that, like I mentioned, 26 of 36. Now, when we look at the Nigerian market potential, at the moment, what importation is doing to us is huge in terms of disadvantage. Fabrics, for example, 60% of all the fabrics that we have currently are from China. Another 21% comes from India. When you add this together in Africa, this is Africa market now. When you add this together, giving us 81%. Of this 81%, Nigeria alone from West Africa, we consume 38% of all of this. And this is evidence in when you go to Oshodi, when you go to Eko, Isaleko, like that, you see all these fabrics are either from China or they are from India. This is trying to tell us that automatically our own industry, our own factory are completely dead. So when we want to revive, I'm giving us a step-to-step picture of where do we want to revive from. Now, moving on to all of this, we realize that cotton as well, that is just about fabrics. Cotton as well too. We have Nigerian cotton potentially coming at a cost of less than half of the Chinese or the Indian alternative. There's a competitive advantage for local production, particularly cotton, for 40% of the cost of production of fabrics. This is trying to compare producing locally and the price that all these foreign products, the price that they come in at. So if we are to produce in Nigeria, we still have a lot of advantage compared to what they offer us when they bring it down here. Nigeria also has a good low tariff and also access to 130 million customers, which is evident in the population of Nigeria. And again, tapping into the block of ECOWAS, we are able to as well, if we are investing in textile, for example, in Nigeria, we are able to spread all our production down to West Africa and other parts in the sub-Saharan Africa. Moving on again. When we look at the products from textile industry, we realize that not limited to fabrics, not limited to cotton, we have other products that move around: towel, lace, rug, tarpaulin, embroidery, furniture materials, even materials used for car accessories and the likes. So when we want to look into textile alone, it serves a whole lot. There are alternative textile materials that we can get in printing, even things that are glossy. So this is trying to give us a whole overview of the potential in the textile industry. Again, when we move again into the next slide, we are going to realize that according to the former LCCI boss, who is currently the chief executive of Center for Promotion of Private Enterprise, in person of Mr. Muda Yusuf, who mentioned that the market of foreign textile in Nigeria is around 80 to 90%. The market of foreign textile in Nigeria is around 80 to 19%. Meaning that if we look at all of us now, out of 10 of us, at least 9 or 8 of us are wearing foreign clothes in this room. That is what it's saying. I don't mind whether you are wearing kaftan or you are wearing shirt or trouser or jeans or a suit. What you are wearing is foreign. Meaning that the implication of this is that all those local producers, all those local farmers, they can't push their products down to the market. Even if they push it to the market, it is not accepted. We are going to look for kaftan materials that is from China or from Dubai or from Malaysia or from Turkey. Yes, that's what we all look out for. So when we see these fabrics, they say, okay, this fabrics is from where? Ah, this is good. It's not China. They already, okay, you know China. Okay, it's not China. This is from Malaysia. Oh, this is from Turkey. It's Turkey. So this is telling us that we have a huge consumption of international products when it comes to textile material in this country, which is a big gap. So the market is largely dominated by imports. And even if you restrict, you restrict or ban, it does not guarantee local production because the borders are porous, making a lot of smuggling to still be going on. This person speaking is an authority to give us this assertion because he was formerly the head of LCCI, and currently is the CEO for Center for Promotion of Private Enterprise. So this is factual, telling us that even if you want to ban, or you want to either ban or you want to restrict, our borders are porous. And this is going to be evidence in my next slide. So in the next slide, we realize that he has been able to give us that there's a challenge. And what is the challenge? The challenge is that, number one, we have large consumption of foreign products. And secondly is that we have porous environment. But apart from that is that if you want to do any business in Nigeria, you are going to rely on what? Electricity. Because 15% of all production costs in this country, it must have increased now. Now that subsidy is out of it, it must have increased. Before stepping on this stage, I had a brief chat with some of the organizers in this facility, trying to ask them, how do you generate power supply? And I was meant to know that apart from generator, there is a standby UPS. Apart from generator, there is a standby UPS. And to also mention again is that as part of the benefit of using this place is the fact that the light is constant. I was at this event in 2021, and I could remember vividly in Abuja that lights will usually go off even while you are presenting. So this is to speak to the fact that electricity is very key, and nothing can happen without electricity in this country if you want anything to happen. Looking at this picture, it gives us an insight to the current situation of Nigeria as far as electricity generation is concerned. Currently, we are at 15,522 megawatts. It has increased. I checked before coming online now, coming to this stage, it has increased to 19,000 plus megawatts. That is at the installed capacity. Now, moving on to what we have as per actual generated average. It is a different ball game entirely if what is installed is 15,000 or 19,000. But what is generated is not even the same as what is actually transmitted. So with the population of Nigeria that is about 200 million, we need an average of 18,000 plus megawatts to satisfy the need of Nigerian electricity. We need 180,000 plus megawatts. But currently, with what I checked, we are currently at 7,000 plus megawatts. That is what we have now. 7,000 plus megawatts with the population of 200 million. How do we do it? If you ask everybody here, you must either have a generator, or you have an inverter, or you have maybe a direct solar you are using. Apart from me, I don't have any of those. But I know, obviously, you don't have to. Okay. So it is very important because we want to have a backup. That is the situation. If truly you need electricity, you have to generate it yourself, or you rely on NEPA, which is not guaranteed. So that is for household now. Now, speaking to business, electricity is key. And bringing it down to the textile or fashion industry, you need electricity. I'm sure most of the textile industry players here now, they use electric machines to sew, to weave, to do a lot of things. You can't be using this leg or manual stuff again. So moving on to the next slide, we are also going to see that apart from power being a big challenge to the fashion or textile industry, because again, all of this textile industry that we have, like the one I mentioned that I visited in Costain, they have their own separate electricity that they use for printing, for doing a lot of things. Without electricity, they can't do anything. So this is at a very huge cost for them. Like I rightly mentioned earlier, is that importation is also one of those big things. According to the Nigeria Bureau of Statistics, this is what they issued. This is what they released, trying to give us an idea into how importation has grown from 2017 to 2022, starting from 141.9, running down to 365.5% in terms of textile or fashion material importation in Nigeria. This is huge. We are not looking at a 100% increase. This is more than 100% increase. And this data shows that the importation of textile and textile article rose by 100.3% to 365.5 billion in 2022. The highest is at least 15 years, from 182% to from 182.5 to from 182.5 billion in 2020. So again, moving on, we also realize that apart from importation, to the next slide, we are going to see that apart from importation, the other issue is that the growth rate of textile, apparel, and footwear subsector too. The rate earlier was growing on a good note, on a positive note, moving from 0.82 to 1.64, 1.68. But going into 2009, 2019, 2020, 21, and 22, we have a negative growth. And as at 2020, the negative was so high to the level of -7.50. So this is trying to tell us that the importation, as it affects the growth of textile and apparel in Nigeria, is on a very high note. So again, when we move on to see the next other challenges that we have, which is around inconsistency in government policy. The government of Nigeria too, they are trying to create policy that is going to enable the growth of the textile industry. But in my own research, I realized that they've not been able to really address the core problem, which is to set up a support for raw material instead of perhaps maybe banning or shutting down or closing the border here and then. So at some point, the border was closed. That was in 2008. The border was closed, but in 2015, they lifted the ban again. So they closed the border because they feel that, wait, let's stop importation. But when you stop importation, you are not only stopping bringing products, you are stopping some people who earn from importation from working. So what do? They find another means to enter without your books, because your own books is the custom or the port. But without your own books, they will enter through different gates, borders that we have in Nigeria. They smuggle it in. The same way importation is very poor. We are very porous in Nigeria when it comes to importation of fashion materials. The same way we are porous when it comes to food items. When you go to Seme border, you see the reality of this. And when you go to Ogun State too, you see that reality. So again, for 4 years, after 4 years, the CBN imposed FS restriction on importation of textile and textile material into the country. They did that. And according to the CBN governor, the then CBN governor, that is in person of Godwin Emefiele, who said that we provide financial support to textile manufacturer with the provision of funds at single-digit rates to refit, retool, and upgrade their factory in order to produce high-quality textile material for the local and export markets. They did that. They supplied, at first, they supplied 100 billion. Again, in 2020, they supplied another 120 billion across cotton, textile, and garment value chain. But you know what happened? It does not even solve the problem at all. They could not recoup the money. They did not see the importance of the money. The manifestation of that money did not even play at all. So after that, when they realized that we have put in the money, we are not seeing the desired effort. And from my own assertion, as I said earlier, it is because they are not addressing the core problem. The core problem is not to give them money. The problem is about raw material itself. If we have raw material, if we have electricity, you are speaking. If we have technological support, most of these machines that are used in the fashion or in the textile industry, they are very huge in terms of purchase. which most of these people cannot even, they can't afford to buy it. So how do you now say you are supporting them when you can't buy them the implements, the equipment that they need? So moving on to the next slide, we also realize that smuggling and counterfeiting is also another problem. And again, the Nigerian government, after a whole lot of push by some, the Association of Fashion and Textile Industry operators, pushing and running after the federal government to say, hey, come, you say you are against importation. Don't worry. We know a place where importation is being done, and we know some people. Let's take you there. So these people gave the federal government information about 3 Chinese guys who are the lead perpetrator when it comes to importation of textile. They were arrested in 2015 in Kano, and one way or the other, with intervention from China and Nigeria, they were able to just deport them out of the country. That is not enough. We might have heard about this guy, Timka, who is one of the most prominent personnel when it comes to Nigeria custom, and is very strong, and is very when it comes to making sure that you don't compromise, he has that integrity. He was able to, at each time, ensure that importation around the borders are not happening. But he did that after 30 years, he resigned. So that is just giving us an idea to how porous the country is when it comes to smuggling, where we have about 249 borders that are not well manned, or even those that are manning it, they are also partner in smuggling. And that is why you realize that from Seme to Badagry, from Badagry to Lasu Ojo Road, down to Orile, you will see the way smugglers, the way they move. They even move in convoy with effrontery. They move with convoy and with effrontery. They will even pass at times. They will pass major roads, dressing with a lot of things. So these are trying to tell us that the porosity of the borders too affect the fashion industry and how we are able to grow it. So moving fast now, we move on to the next slide, and that is also about talking about poor management and training. To the next slide, we also realize that apart from skill gap and also poor management, we also see that when we move to the next slide, we look at the solutions. Solutions here, we are looking at how we can revive the industry so that the fashion and the halal players can also benefit from it. Move on. Next slide. Move on. This is about manpower orientation. Then we talk about technological advancements. When we look at the setup now, AI implementation is used in building a lot of technological implements. Equipment used in different aspects of production line, they've implemented AI to it to make it faster and even smoother. So again, apart from technology, we can also see opportunities around. Move on, please. Next slide. Also, we can also look at collaboration, because collaboration is key. Most of these things are done effortlessly in other countries. We can borrow from that angle too. Expert sharing, knowledge sharing, implement sharing, and the likes, technology leveraging, investment as well, and also training. Moving on to the next slide, we now look at the global textile industry and the trend. There are a lot of trends that are coming up, 3D technology being implemented, AI and data analytics, immersive fashion is also there. And we also look at advanced apparel manufacturing, sustainable supply chain as well, which are currently, I won't say we have them in Nigeria, but we can also leverage on that to allow for growth. To the next slide, we see the opportunities for halal fashion. This is going to be brief. When we know that we have a lot of opportunities for halal fashion, this is just a project that I handled in 2020, looking at how from end to end, we set up a project where we selected people in the fashion industry, gave them financing, and help them to set up their business in halal fashion. Let's move on. Halal fashion is not something new to us in Islam, because when we look at Surah An-Nur, ayah 31, where Allah say, and say to the believing women that they should lower their gaze and guard their modesty. This is speaking to the Quranic ayah. And when we move on to the next slide, we are also going to see, apart from that there are several opportunities, because the fashion as a concept is not about language, it's not about the culture or color. It's not about tribe. It is majorly about the communicating culture, mindset, psychology, and orientation, also with spiritual background of people or race, trying to communicate all of this. And it is not the fact that you have to be a Muslim or a Christian. It is about modesty. That is what the concept of halal fashion is all about. Moving on to the next stage, we also realize that there are potentials for halal fashion in Nigeria, leveraging the over 100 million population of Muslims that we have, and other people that are not Muslim, but they love ethical fashion. So these are opportunities that we can also leverage. And again, apart from this, we also realize that we can also have activities such as Halal Fashion Week in Nigeria, just like we have it in other parts of the country. These other parts of the world. These are an example of the halal fashion that we can also leverage upon. Move on. So halal fashion segment is wide. It is not just about dressing to events. It is not just about dressing to occasions. Also corporate wears, including official wears, including accessories, bags, attending functions, parties, and what have you. These are segments where halal fashion also play. Again, when we move to the next slide, we are also going to realize that trying to introduce modest fashion to Nigeria is not something that is new, but rather something that is not well tapped. And when it is tapped, we have a lot of potential. When we look at the first picture and the last picture, these are pictures of some of the young models that we had during our project setup, where we engaged them, gave them money, allowed them to produce different clothes, and we also engage Muslims who are models to also give us a prototype of this. Moving on again, we also realize that the target market is huge, not just about Muslim. Everybody, whether Muslim or Christian, individual, family, corporate workers, religious organization, events planners, tourism industry are areas which we have halal fashion. Again, the next slide also speaks to the why you should look at coming into Nigeria, venturing into the halal fashion in Nigeria. We are going to be investing. Can you go back? Thank you. So we are looking at leveraging the big population of Nigerians, leveraging the strong market validation, because looking at the composition of Nigeria, both at the southwest level and at the north level, this is a big validation for halal fashion. And again, we have as simple as possible a model that allows for sustainable approach for profit earning, and also going to be a win-win situation, and looking at the cultural diversity of Nigeria being a good potential for this industry to go. Thank you very much. And my name is Abdulhakeem Akimbodi.
Thank you, Abdulhakeem, for the presentation. We are actually out of time, but I'll allow for one question or just one question. Oh my God, 3 people. We are really out of time, honestly. Let's just, you have to make it brief, please. And your answer has to also be brief, please.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, so I don't have a question, I have a contribution. So because I'm a fashion designer, and then I'm the current president of Muslim Fashion Network. So we have a lot of challenges in Nigeria when it comes to fashion industry, ranging from fabrics to all those things, because we cannot produce high-end fabrics here. Okay, the costless fabric in the world, in the global market now, is cashmere. And then these cashmere goods are native to Gobi Desert, and the Middle East. So automatically, we cannot produce those kind of quality in Nigeria. But what we can do is that we can infuse the kind of wool that we can get here from goats, sheep, horses, camels, and all those things. Then we can incorporate them with plastic waste in the ocean. You know, every year we have about over 12 million metric tons of plastic waste, and they're just lying there fallow, you know, causing a lot of pollution and giving a lot of greenhouse effects in the community. So if we're able to extract this plastic waste from the ocean, you know, we recycle them, we mix them with the goat skin and the horses, and you know, we can have made in Nigerian fabrics that we can sell to other places in the world. And then I wanted to talk about the African fabrics, that most of these are made in African fabrics are not even made in Africa, because we don't have the facility and we don't have power, especially to, you know, power all these things. So we have very limited time, although I have a lot of things to say. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa barakatuh. I'm sure you will have other opportunities to relate with either the ICHS or the HCA. I also hope there is no halal implication for extracting this waste and using in materials. I'm sure the HCA will take that up, so you can find time to relate with Prof or Dr. Ajani. Moving on to the next stage, the very final session, we saved the best for the last. Almost all the presentations from session 1 to session 19 kept referring to Darul Halal report. So we're going to hear from the horse's mouth. Please allow me to introduce Malam Nasir Muazu Adamu. He is the Executive Director, Governmental Affairs and Policy at Darul Halal Nigeria Limited. He's going to be speaking with us this evening about their journey in the halal industry, investment drive in Nigeria, West Africa, Gulf region, and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC member countries. Malam Nasir is an astute administrator with over 35 years experience in both the public and private sectors of Nigerian economy. He was the Director of Planning and Policy Coordination at the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. He also worked in various capacities at the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, the Office of the Chief of Staff to the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, and lastly, the Office of the Head of Service of the Federation. Please give a warm round of applause to Malam Nasir as he delivers the final session of the Halal Expo 2023.
Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon. I will try to be as brief as I can because time has really gone. I would like to present our journey so far when we started. Darul Halal, it's a great pleasure that I stand before this august gathering to formally present to you our company, Darul Halal Nigeria Limited. Darul Halal Nigeria is an advisory consultancy, trade and investment company registered in Nigeria on the 24th of August 2020, barely 3 years ago. The company was duly incorporated to promote halal trade within Nigeria and between the 56 OIC member countries. We identify ethical business opportunities for clients by leveraging on our relationship in the public and private sector of the Nigerian economy, while collaborating with international companies and institutions. That's the founding members. Mohammed Dukoladan is our Chief Executive Officer. He's an economist by profession, with a vast experience, over 40 years experience across various sectors, oil and gas, agriculture, and a host of others. He is the current CEO. Yes, next slide, please. Next slide. That's your, that's me. Yes. Nigeria is bolstering efforts in the halal economy, leading with halal food and Islamic finance. We just decided to show this, the global picture. This is the score at the Nigeria's ranking in the global picture. So if you can look at it in Islamic finance, as at last year, Nigeria was ranked as the 17th in Islamic finance. And this is due to the sukuk issued by government. But in other areas, like what we have been talking this afternoon, pharma and cosmetics, we're in 51, media and recreation 40, modest fashion 36, Muslim-friendly travels 46, halal food 69. So we have a long way to go, but we have opportunities abound so that we can close this gap. Next slide, please. Nigeria halal economy opportunity is presented by both its domestic market as well as international trade opportunities. The total Muslim spending, halal spending in Nigeria is over 100 billion. In domestic spend, both in food, agriculture, and food, textiles, and what have you. But when you look at the global ranking, Nigeria is capturing out of the $3 trillion plus economy, we are just accessing less than 1%. 0.12% is what we had out of the 255 billion global halal product export of food, pharma, cosmetics. That's the export. So there's a huge, large opportunity there to tap from that. Next slide, please. Our mission at Dara Halal is to enable Nigeria's economy, Nigeria halal economy opportunity as a key enabler for the prosperity of Nigeria and their strong contribution to the world. By delivering high impact Nigeria halal markets management consultancy to all key Nigeria international stakeholders. So we are open to having people coming to us to drive their projects, provide market intelligence on domestic and international halal products and services to key Nigerian stakeholders. By that already we have launched a report this year in April 27. We brought out the Nigeria's opportunities and prospects in the market, which is on our website, and I have shared some of the our pamphlet with some of the people around here yesterday. Enable strengthening Nigeria's core competence through training, events, and protecting the industry players' rights. Support Nigeria's industrial growth through infrastructure, finance, and investment across the Islamic finance, business planning, and market. And now, by that, we leverage on our relationship with some of the international investors and key players in the halal industry. So if there's any bankable project, somebody that has, if we look at it, we can be an interface, we can be the go-between between the investor and the project promoter. Next, please. So these are our services: management consulting, growth and investment strategy, execution management, consumer awareness, government policy regulation, infrastructure development, market intelligence reports, database dashboards, capacity building, training and events, financial services, infrastructure, finance and investment, business plan, access to Islamic finance, marketing of financial services. Under that, under the financial services, we currently have already started the process of establishing a Dara Halal Bank. We want to be an ethical, non-interest banking, and then non-interest banking. By this, we are open to, we have started the process. So maybe at the end of the day, we'll come out looking for investors. Next slide. These are the sectors that we have: agriculture and agro-allied, healthcare, halal fashion and lifestyle, Islamic finance, investment sectors, media and entertainment. Then next slide, please. Delivering high impact Nigerian halal market survey, market intelligence, continued market intelligence report, database, feasibility studies, opportunity, market analysis report, database. It's our continuation of our services. This one, next, please. This one also, capacity building training events. Next, financial services. Now, infrastructure, finance and investment is where we are now focusing on, whereby we have signed an MOU with the Organization of Islamic Islamic Organization for Food Security. We are going to establish the first meat hub in Africa, here in Nigeria. By that, we want to see that the meat we eat in Lagos, at present, I think the average number of cows slaughtered in Lagos every day is 7,000. 7,000 herds of cows are slaughtered in Lagos daily. But how do you transport them? Is it hygienic? Is it healthy? Is it good? So we are going to look at those aspects like in Lagos, Abuja, and other big cities, and set up abattoirs and set across the value chain, abattoir, the cold room, and the transportation way. So that's what we want to do. Then we do business plan as well by identifying and preparing bankable projects for our clients. Next slide, please. So go again, that's the resume of our CEO. He's an economist with over 40 years industrial experience and outstanding track record in business leadership across a range of businesses and technologies, operating at board and senior executive levels. His strengths are creating strong business relationship, stakeholder and strategy management, commercial and supply management, change management, relentless focus on delivery. He holds BSc degree from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, Nigeria, an MBA from the United States International University, San Diego, California, USA. Diko is also a fellow of Chartered Management Institute of UK, fellow British Institute of Freight Forwarders, member in Chartered Institute of Transport and Logistics, fellow Royal Society of Arts, London, and member Institute of Directors, UK. He is currently the Chief Executive Officer of Broadlink Limited, Broadlink Petroleum, Dara Halal Nigeria Limited, Zurich Energy, UK. He is also a chairman of Savannah Energy, a subsidiary of Savannah Energy PLC UK. Next slide, please. And that's my own. I have a BSc degree in sociology from Bayero University, Kano, and after graduating in 1984, I joined the services of the federal government of Nigeria. I rose to the position of director at the Ministry of Agriculture, where I resigned. But before then, I had stint in office of the Secretary of the Government of the Federation, the office of the Chief of Staff to the President, and then office of the Head of Service of the Federation. Next slide, please. Dara Halal sponsored a launch of a State of the Global Islamic Economy report in 2020. When we started talking to our partners, Dinar Standard, they didn't take us serious. So they asked us if we are serious, we should do this launch. Within a period of 2 months, we did, and we launched the report in Abuja, and the former Minister of Finance was there, Minister of Water Resources. Then there is Tayo Ajayi, Nigerian Sovereign Investment Agency. They were all there. This is Rudna. So next slide, please. We were also invited to the launch of the State of Global Islamic Criminal Report in Dubai, UAE. We already have an office in Dubai. We opened an office in Dubai. So whatever they are doing, they always invite us. So our CEO was there and he spoke at that's the theme of the conference, unlocking opportunities. Next slide, please. We were invited by the Islamic Center for the Development of Trade. They organized, together with OIC, they organized a trade fair in Senegal from 13th to 19th of June last year. And we were invited, we attended, myself and the Chief Executive Officer. These are the people that we interface with, representative of the Secretary General of the OIC, Latifat Belodi, DG, she's the Director General of the Islamic Center for the Development of Trade, is based in Morocco. Representative of the Minister of Trade in Senegal, we had a meeting with him, have very good understanding. Mohamed Hamadouch, former Vice President of African Development Bank, that's him. And that's the DG with the Chief Executive Officer. Next slide, please. The Islamic Organization for Food Security Director General paid us a working visit sometime this year in our corporate office in Abuja. That's us receiving him in our corporate. That's him. He's from Kazakhstan, Astana. He's the Director General of Islamic Organization for Food Security. Yes, please. Next one. When we signed signing a partnership and cooperation agreement between Dara Halal and Islamic Organization and admitting Dara Halal Nigeria as a corporate member of the International Islamic Food Processing Association. So we are corporate members of this organization as well. Next slide, please. As part of the preparation to set up the meat hub in Nigeria, our CEO was invited to Qatar to visit some of the farms, meat factories in Qatar, Doha. So that's him at the headquarters of the meat hub. They treat him to a lunch here, and this in the evening they took him out. Next slide. This is the virtual agreement that we signed, MOU, for the establishment of the meat hub. It was online, so they were in Kazakhstan and we were here, so we signed the MOU. Next slide, please. That's on. This was at the launch of the Islamic Economy Report this year on the 27th. It was under chairmanship of the Emir of Kano, Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero. The Minister of Finance was there. That is the Vice President of Islamic Development Bank, Dr. Musrim Mukhtar. He was the keynote speaker. And we had some sister African countries that visited us. Gambia was represented, Senegal was represented, and we had in attendance about 15 ambassadors in Nigeria. They attended the lunch as well. Next slide. This is another signing cooperation agreement. There is an agency in Saudi Arabia, in Medina, Al Mukarrama. So they signed a cooperation agreement with us at the sidelines of the Islamic Development Bank Group Annual General Meeting in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. This is it there. Yes, go ahead. Our CEO spoke at the Islamic Development Bank Group Private Sector Forum with the theme Building Resilience Through Private Partnership from 11 to 13th May 20 at the King Abdullah Conference Center, Ritz-Carlton, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. This is what Dar al-Halal is. We would like to open our doors. Our doors are open to investors and people that are willing to have mutual cooperation with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. What a beautiful way to end the Islamic Chamber Halal Conference 2023. Engineer Ashraf gave the opening remarks. He is here to give vote of thanks and closing remarks to officially close this event. Please bear in mind, you can catch up on all of the sessions that we've gone through from Tuesday, the 29th of August till today, 31st of August. Just go to YouTube, type ICCIA, and you'll find all of the recordings there. Alternatively, just IC-Halal online, IC-Halal, and you'll get all the activities of the ICHS and, of course, other means to collaborate with them. I've been your host. My name is Amina Adams. It's been a pleasure working with the team at ICHS, and I look forward to future collaborations and all the discussions that we've had. Please don't make it a talk show. Let's work on all the to-do lists and achieve more milestones. The next time we convene for the conference, we'll be recording progresses. Thank you so much. And I'll hand over to Engineer Ashraf for the closing remarks.
Well, thank you very much. Well, after the third day, I would like to thank all the ladies and gentlemen that attended in person and through the internet, attended with us. I hope it was very insightful and a learning experience. This event is actually the start of a long journey. We are not here for the event for the 3 days and we say goodbye and that's it. Actually, this is the start of a long cooperation with Nigeria on different stakeholders of the Nigerian people, the government, the NGOs, the companies, to bring the halal market into active duty, if I may say so. Up till now, unfortunately, the Muslim countries have been importing most of their halal products from the outside. We want to switch this. We want to transform it the other way around. It is we who know what is halal, and it is we who should be exporting halal to the other world, to the global world. We start always by awareness. We find that the awareness of different stakeholders needs a bit of leveraging, and that's what we're doing in our events. We are trying to do that. We are trying to touch on various aspects of halal, whether it's food, whether it's cosmetic, pharmaceutical, fashion. I think we have touched on all the sector covering that. And we are also trying to bring the viewpoint of various stakeholders, whether it's NGOs, it's regulators, it's companies, it's certification bodies, whatever the stakeholder perspective is, we would like to share and bring it to the table and talk about it. The next step will be actually establishing the ecosystem and bringing companies that is already halal certified to the market. It's important to bring them to the market and make them feel that there is a benefit. It's not just a label that I put and still my revenue this year is the same like the next year, like the same after year. There has to be a benefit, a real benefit, and that's what we are trying to do. Once we have started this, then the second or following objective will be to grow the whole market. We want more companies to engage into this market, not only the number that's currently. No, we want to multiply this number and make it more. With what we always say, that halal is not for a group of people and against a group of people. Yes, halal is mandated by Islam, but it is not against anybody. It's actually for whole people, not for whole Muslims. What we are doing here again is a long journey. Part of it is establishing the ecosystem, the legislation system with the Nigerian government. We are cooperating with CONSIMA, and hopefully this will come into fruitful results in the very near future. This is not the end. Again, we're having the next year, the following years, the event should be bigger actually than what it is now. And as the Islamic Chamber of Commerce, we're not only limited to Nigeria. I'm inviting Nigerian companies and African companies to join us in Mecca, where Islam started. That would be a very large event. It will be 1st and 2nd and 3rd of November. It will be a conference, an exhibition, one-to-one meeting, and celebration of innovation in halal, because again, halal is like any other industry. It has innovation, and we would like to celebrate this. So we are inviting your companies and your NGO to join us in there. Again, it's hybrid, so we can join physical or via the internet. Internet's serving us very well in here. And actually, again, if I mention the internet, there is part of the internet that can be halal, like there is entertainment halal. It can be part of it as halal. I mean, halal is a way of life. It's not a product. It's a way of life that we are doing. So thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you enjoyed this 3 days. And by that, we come to the closing of this conference. Thank you very much.
So if anyone would like to take pictures with Engineer Ashraf, please come, feel free. It's just pictures galore. Exhibitors, if you'd like to join Engineer Ashraf on stage, this is the time. If you'd like to exchange business cards, this is the time to do all of that.
If you told me that, hey, look at it. I don't even listen. I said I charge my place. Okay, you remove and be paid it. You know. No, I think she was here. I was here. You know, at first, I didn't know that he was charging. At first, I saw him charge. Then I found that there was that way. I looked at only time I see part of the it's your charge. See, I'm not going to because someone needs a charge. Windows phone. Oh, no, sorry. And the problem is, if he had told me that he left me, I would have carried that thing from there. And I think okay, this is your account.
Yeah, but study this not this not his first time in India. No. When I look at him, I wanted to ask him. I don't that be because I never know that people working as one from inside. I don't see. Sure. Let's use this app.